your family, and then we'll slowly.
Often, yeah.
Exactly. So, if you could just begin by introducing yourself and saying when and where you were born.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. And my name is Joseph Elman. The Yiddish, if you want, the Yiddish name is Yossel Elman. And I was born in Prozhany, February 5, 1922.
Tell us about your parents. Tell us your mom.
No, my mother was named Cyril. My father was Benjamin. It's Benjamin. And his older sister was Heike. I don't know, it's in English, Heike, it's a Yiddish name. And the younger one was Shana, Shendel.
And there was a brother.
I think
You had a brother also.
Oh, yeah, my older brother here. My older brother was Louis. Yeah, he was 3 years older. We all were 3 years apart.
Can you tell us a little bit about your grandparents? Do you remember your
Yes.
grandparents?
Well, from my father's side, there was a picture in the house for my grandfather, and no picture for the grandmother. They were already dead. See, it happened to be my grandfather was remarried. He had children from the second wife, and my father was from the second wife, and the uncle here in Syracuse and 3 more sisters. I would say it was in United States 3 sisters in United States, and 1 sister was in Poland, not far in Homs, which my father's sister. This is from the second wife, and so she, the whole family perished. And another sister with my aunt is in Syracuse. So, yeah, should I say? So I think they were in the family from my father, and one brother and 5 sisters in the family and 2 brothers.
What did your grandfather do?
My grandfather was a blacksmith in a little town. It was, it's not a town, I would say it's like a hamlet, Sukachi, which is in eastern Poland, now that's Belarus. It's near big city, I would say. It's around in the Pinsk region. Pinsk region. And he was making, in Europe, blacksmithing. It was a big, good trade. All the farmers, we didn't have any trucks and cars. The farmers were depending on the transportation, mostly summertime wagons, horse and wagons, and wintertime sleds. And this was the only transportation, which the farmers, mostly it was agriculture. Poland was an agricultural country, especially in the Belarus, I would say, is 90% agriculture, not much industry. Most of the industry was located in central Poland and in the western part of Poland.
Did you ever visit him while he was working as the blacksmith?
I didn't he was dead already. He was dead already. Yeah.
How about on your?
But from the mother side, I had a grandfather which still was living in the ghetto, and my grandmother passed away from the mother side. She passed away quite a few years ago. Yeah, she had, we didn't know exactly that cancer. She had cancer. And my grandfather stayed with his son, with the daughter-in-law, and he was still alive in the ghetto, and he went with the rest of them. Yeah. Now my grandfather was actually the very few, farmers in Jewish profession. He was a farmer. He had he was having a good-sized farm with 50 milking cows those years, and there were 4 more additional farmers, Jewish farmers, near him, where he was located, and it's not far from the city of Prussian, about 5 kilometers, and the place was called Semenci. Semenci, I have a map for that. So there were 4 more farmers, and the other farmers had more, 100 cows more. So altogether, there was so much milk. So it was established in my grandfather's farm a cheese factory, and they were making Swiss cheese, and selling this Swiss cheese. They used to, besides, it was, I remember, big size cheeses, and used to go on export. I think when they sold it those years before the war, and down even to Germany, and they had a big market. So it was, he himself, they had a concession. It was a father and 2 daughters, and they set up, and they ran that factory, and they made the cheese, and
Can you tell us the name of that grandfather, the farmer?
Often for that, Avram Yitzchak, Abraham Yitzchak Kaplan. He was a Kaplan. Yeah, he was a very religious man, and we had from my mother's, from his side, there was my mother and another sister and 2 brothers. There were 4 children. I had 4 uncles. It means 3 uncles and 3 tantes. And one of another uncle, he had in Prussian flour mill, this was considered a big good business, because it was, all the farmers were depending. They used to bring down to the besides where they used to make flour, flour mill, flour to supply. There was 2 more for the city residents. It was a big business for these farmers. The farmers depended on those, the products from the mill, because they use it for making their own bread. And beside then, they not only used to make all kind of rye flour for rye, and then flour, for instance, for halva, for all grades of goods. And besides the farmers, they had to feed their cattle and the horses, everything. So it was considered a flour mill, a very successful business.
It sounds like your family was very involved in business in
They
that
were out,
community.
yeah, he was. And then he had, besides the flour mill, but he was in partnership with somebody. He wasn't alone. He was in partnership with another person, and they had the flour mill. They had a soybean mill, because in the vicinity around Prussian territory, the farmers used to plant soybeans, and from the soybeans, besides they used to make soybean oil. He had compress the soybean, make soybean oil, and I know it from the process, the way it was compressed, and when all the oil got out of it, what's left over. It was like a disc round from the leftover from the grain. This was used for the farmers. Use that for feeding their cattle. So it was nothing wasted. Yeah.
Were you around these factories when you were
Well, I
little?
used.
Farms and mills?
Well, I used to stop there. I was young yet. I used to stop there, and my older brother, as a matter of fact, he was a little older. When he had on vacation time, I used to go and work there, help around, around the mill. And there, like I say, the grandfather, he had a farm, so the son was involved in the farming, and the son-in-law. And my father, now, you asked me that. Now, my father was a yeshiva bocher. He went to yeshiva. And it happened to be in Prussian a big yeshiva. And the yeshiva, the way it was set up, each day somebody else used to invite the yeshiva bocher for supper, and on the weekends, Friday night, Shabbat, he was invited to my grandfather's place, and eventually that's where I met my mother. There, and they married my mother.
So you're saying that he studied, and because he was away from his family, people in the community would invite him to dinner every night.
That's the way they set up. We didn't have restaurants, but that's the way they set up. Yeah, each Jewish family invited a yeshiva bocher, when it was a holiday Shabbos, for after the services to come from shul to come to his place. It's a matter of fact, he had sometimes 2 or 3 yeshiva bocher to my grandfather.
What did your parents tell you about how they met?
Well, and that's what he was like steady being invited there for the holidays and the Friday for Shabbat, So that's the way they met, and that's the way when they got married. Now, you cannot make a yeshiva, you know. He was going to take him in the business, in the farm, you know, in the farm business. But there's a saying, you know, yeshiva, you know, learns or what is not. You cannot make a farmer out of yeshiva. So what happened is. This was, of course, before the first war under the Tsar, and we had a little factory besides making cigarettes, just to make cigarettes and sell the cigarettes. But after the war, when the Poland became independent, the tobacco and cigarette business was concessions. You couldn't. It wasn't. It was allowed. They gave him a concession. So instead, they liquidated, or they took it over the little factory for the cigarettes. And they gave him the right, a concession to sell tobacco products.
The government took over the factory?
It was in Poland you couldn't have. It was concessioned tobacco. It was the same thing as liquor. It was concession. So they gave him a permit, a concession, and they opened the store. Where in Prussian there was you call it on the marketplace over here, like called you got the shopping centers, but those we had in the center of the city was a marketplace, and there were about big buildings with probably 100 stores, you know, little stores, and each store with mostly with Jewish merchants. I would say 95%. So you had a store, you know, like a tobacco concession store, hardware store, a liquor store, and a drugstore, and you know, with all this, each store, the individual store selling individual products. And so he had a store and selling tobacco products.
What did you tell us what the store looked like?
Well, it was this store. It was all in one big building, and it was stores all around, east, west, you know. It wasn't really square. It's mostly, I would say, shape like how would you call it? Yeah. So I would say some like a big 25 feet or 25 feet by 15 or something like that. It's not too big stores, because 100 stores in one building, not big enough. But that's the way all the stores were the same size. Now we had, especially it was important, the textile stores located in this marketplace, and because in out, I don't know, in Prussian, you couldn't go in and buy a suit or buy a pair of pants or buy a pair of shoes. Everything you had to buy clothes. You went to tailor made, and the tailor made you a suit, or the tailor made your pants. The same thing, you know, there were leather stores there. So you went and you bought some, you know, you went, actually, I mean, either you went per yourself, or you went to your shoemaker, the shoemaker went to what you had to buy leather goods in the store. So every store was unique, the same size. The only few occasions, the textile stores, and this was a very exceptional business in Persian in the market, because all the farmers, we used to have twice a week, we call it a farmers market, where all the stores were located, and there was a lot of land. I mean, it wasn't paved like over here. It was all with stones. It was where the farmers used to come twice a week. Used to come on, I think it was like on Tuesday and Thursday, and bring down their products to sell. We dependent on the farmers. So all the vegetables, fresh, they sold eggs, vegetables, chickens, even meat, but mostly they was coming and selling their, you know, the calves for the butchers. There was so many butchers around too, to buy calves and cows and sheep and chicken. So everything was bought from the farmers, and they were spread out. I would say it was acres of land around the farm, that marketplace where they used to, you know, unload stay all day till sometimes the products were sold.
Can you tell us a little bit about your home? What were some of your first memories of your parents and the house that you grew up in?
Oh, well, Prussian was a city. It was not a big city. The population in general was, I would say, around 12,000, and 57% of the population was Jewish. So I would say it's roughly from the 12,000, 50%, you probably had there was at least 6,000 or 7,000 Jewish families, see, we had a house on Kobryna, you know, Kobryna, that's another city, they call it Kobryn, was a city about 40, 50 kilometers from Prussian, so they call it Kobrynska Street, number 25, and it was mostly, the street where we lived was mostly Jewish. There were some Gentiles, but the street full mostly with boys, very few girls on the whole street. I mean, I had all my friends next, like a few blocks away, there was 4 boys, and there was 3 boys. No, we had, in our family, there was 2 girls, so they call it Kobryna Street. You know, there's no girls in Kobryna, boys street.
What kind of games did you play with your friends?
Oh, games?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we used to, now you was asking me about a house. Mm-hmm. We had a good sized house, and in back of our house was a little pond. And really many times when it was raining, often in the back we had a big garden, very big garden. And you know, my mother and I and the children, we used to help. We enjoyed we raised our own vegetables. We raised our own even chickens and ducks and turkeys, and in the back of the many times in the back of the garden there was a little pond, and the pond is a little like a little
Water.
yeah,
A pond.
pure and
Deep.
yeah, pond, yeah. And what happens wintertime, it used to freeze up, so we mostly the young kids, we were skating on the pond. It was more, Saturday. It was boys and girls. Of course, that time we didn't have the skates like you have now. The first skates I remember I had was made out of wood with a steel wire attached to it. Eventually, we got some skates, which was you had to have a special shoe, and there was a latch where you attach, and then you had to tighten it up. I think this was already luxury. This was already, we didn't have those hockey's boots and skates. So winter time we used to mostly skate, and the big sport was soccer. Your kids, especially mostly boys, we used to play soccer, and so each organized groups, and the youth belonged. Those years in Poland, we used to belong to a certain organization. It was a Zionist organization. It was a Zionist organization consisted of so many branches. It was you had the Shamir, and you had the Chalutz, and you had Bitar, and you had all those Zionist organizations. Leftist, rights, and leftists. And girls used to belong to those organizations, and we used to meet in certain halls, where the hall, and play sometimes ping pong, and play during the weekend, it was a big game. Boys, we used to play chess in the evening. Chess was very popular. As a matter of fact, my father was a chess player. He learned me how to play chess. He was a good chess player, so I used to play with him. So I learned to play. Then we used to get together in the evening and play chess. But I had a friend next to us where we lived, and they had a factory, and they made soft drinks and seltzer water, and this was a good business too. Especially for the holidays and for Sabbath, you ordered those. I remember the siphons where you get those. It was glass siphons. You used to get the seltzer water. Every Jewish family had that. And besides, they used to make soft drinks too, as bottled soft drinks. And they had a radio. Those years, they had a radio. And when I was young, 13, 14, so we used to listen usually in the evenings, beside playing chess. There's used to get together not only a couple more friends, And after playing chess, we used to listen to the radio. This was in the beginning, in the beginning 30s, 1930s. So we loved especially the favor of mine and all it was, we used to put on the gypsy music from Sofia, the capital of, I think it's from Sofia, or is it on? Sofia, the capital of Hungary. It's not Hungary. Once Sofia, yeah. It was it. I think it's enough. It's gypsy music. And after, you know, when it started in the 1933, when that, Hitler came to power and the Nazis overtook the power in Germany, and I was very interested in politics. So his father, my friend's father, you know what I'm there. We were visiting and listened to the radio, and he was, nowadays he was an interested politician, and so that's I started, you know, listening to what was going on and the way Hitler came to power and the rise of the Reich, and eventually 1935 when they started the Nuremberg laws and I followed that, and we were still in Poland. We figured, well, you heard about laws going in Germany, but so you figured, you know, it's in Germany, but you were concerned, of course, but you still, life was going on as normal in Poland. This was still in 1933, 34, 35, so we still didn't, I mean, you heard the news, but you tried just to, you know, to listen to the news, and you were concerned, and not much. As long, I mean, as far away, we didn't expect, you know what's going to happen. We lived in Poland yet. We lived in Poland, and eventually, in 19. So, and then it was interesting. It was a doctor lived not far from us too, and her name is Ola Goldfein. Can you imagine a Jewish doctor, a surgeon in those years? Now, and she was the only Jewish doctor. It was the only Jewish doctor, and neighbor to the Goldbergs, where they had the factory, where they had the radio there, and so I was mixing. What I'm mixing, I'm little young boy mixing with them. They was speaking about the politics, what's going on, what's going to happen, and I was sitting there and listening to them, and I said, I don't know what I'm doing there.
Can you remember anything that they said, things that stuck with you?
Oh yeah, I remember that they say that well, it was that time laws went in, certain laws in 1935, and the Nuremberg laws went in, and especially it happened in Germany at that time, that some stores, they put some laws went in that, for instance, the Gentiles weren't allowed to go in and buy it in the Jewish stores and trade with the Jews, and eventually teachers weren't allowed to teach in schools anymore, or were restricted, you know, and so they were concerned too. They were concerned, but you live with it. You just listen, and of course, that time, if you would know, if in advance what's going to happen, you could have, for instance, you could have tried to immigrate someplace. I had relatives in Syracuse and in New York, and we would apply for visas in the beginning 1930s and try to come to, but you didn't know it's going to happen, atrocities. If this is, antisemitism in the smaller scale yet. And so you just live with that. You figure, well, you worry and it'll come to it.
Can you tell us a little bit more about your home life, your mother, what she was like, and I'm speaking Yiddish at home?
Oh yeah. Yeah, see, my father, as I mentioned, was a yeshiva bocher. He was very educated. Under this, before Poland was established, he was under the Russian Tsar. So he went to the Russian school and became a teacher. Yeah, he was teacher, not only Hebrew, he was teaching Russian. He knew the Russian language perfect. And my mother was a housewife, taking care of her children, and we were pretty good. I mean, we would say middle class, we were pretty good off. And having, like I say, my Zayde, he was very active. He was very active in shul. He was, and my Zayde, and then my father later on, before my father got married, he was very active in shul, and he supplied for all the heating. We didn't have gas and oil or like over here, so you had to supply wood for the shul to heat. So that was he supplied for the whole winter, and he was a rabbi, and he was very religious man. He went to shul 3 times. Shul was not far. We had in the city about six or 7 shuls in the city, a small city. And my father, the same. He was being a yeshiva bocher, so it was almost, they call it, he could have become a rabbi, smichas a rabbi if he wanted to. He had the capability to becoming that, but he was able to read the Torah. He was reading the Torah, sometimes a substitute, reading the Torah, and many times he used to, he had a good voice, by the way, and a good voice. So was a chazan sometime. He used to cantor for the holidays. Yeah, and I went to every Friday to shul and Saturday to shul. The reason I went to shul Saturday because my grandfather After coming from school, he always made a kid, a kiddish. He invited mostly, have a full house. And I went, so I went to the house because he had wine. He had wine. He had a lot of, and especially the cakes, and they call it tort, not the honey cake, so let's see, he had honey cake, and I like the plain, what do you call it? How do you call it here? So I used to dip, dip the little cake in wine and enjoy. And they had beside having so whole table full with goodies, and we could filter fish and herring and even if a schnapps, even whiskey, all drinking. And they made me see my father, because he was religious, and every Saturday after the meal, when you come from school, you go, you have your meal, go home, we had the kiddush, then you go home and have the meal. So I used to come after the meal. He used to make me to recite the whole Sedra from the 5 books of Moses, the whole Sedra. I said, I have to do it. I want to go out, play. No, you got to do it. You got to say the whole Sedra. It took about an hour. Yeah, the Sedra with the Haftorah. The Haftorah. I still can do the Haftorah now. And my mother was busy, busy with the 4 children. And besides, like I said, we had a big house and a garden. All the children, we all shared and helped. A garden, we had our own vegetables, we had our own tomatoes and cucumbers and radishes and you name it. We had plenty. And besides, we had 2 cows. Yeah, because my say that it was, was a farmer, so we, had 2 cows, there were 2 cows to take care of 2 cows. And I so you got to milk the cows 2, twice, 3 times just, and, after the children, make sure the children get the fresh right off the cow, fresh milk right off the cow.
When you were growing up, were you aware of any anti-Semitism when you were younger?
Well, it happened to be that I went to the Polish school. My brother went to the Talmud Hebrew school. And that's the Hebrew school. See, we had in Prussia, we had a Volksschule, Yiddish school. It means like a high school. But then we had a Talmud, that's a Hebrew school, which is, they had 2, it's a little bit on the higher standard. It's about, when you finish 10, see the system was there, 10 classes in the Talmud. 10th grade, from the 10th grade for the Talmud, when you finished the Hebrew school, you went to the university. Something, yeah. So my brother, he went to the Hebrew school, and I went to the Polish school. Being in Polish school, there were mostly the very few, I would say, maybe 90% were Polish Christians, 10%, maybe about 10% were Jewish. And so they had in the system, Polish school, they had a lesson religion, like history, geography, they had a religion lesson. So they had a priest. They had to go. So we had to, those belonged to the class. We went out for that time, outside till the class finished. 45
left the
minutes.
class.
We left the class because there was it was mostly. It was mostly Catholics, the Christian Catholics. So we left, and many times you came back, back for your next lesson in school. So you felt a little tension sometimes, depends what they were taught, what they were, So it was not exception, many times they calling you that the Jews has got something to do, the Christ killers, they were calling you the Jews. They probably, those years it was, it was probably in the schools they taught that. They were with the impression that the Jews have something to do with Christ. So occasions like that, and but it was, it was no physical, you know what I mean? It's nothing. It's not, you were protected. You couldn't do. Many times, the only times, there was a fight happened when you played. Jewish group played soccer with in the soccer up in the lower, you played with a Polish group. Now, when the Jewish group, won, and the Polish were mad, so sometimes used to be a fight. That's normal, used to fight. So you figure, well, after the game, take off. Take off right away. Stay away, but it happened one time. It was a weekend, and we had a river not far from the city where the younger generation, we were young, we used to go summertime swimming there. And usually on Saturday, Saturday was no problem. Like I say, there was a lot of Jewish people there. So what happened to me one time from my own school, they made a joke. So it was on Sunday. There was not too many Jewish people there. So let's take Halman and threw him in. I had put my clothes. They threw me in. They threw me in the in the river. So I got the time. It's a good thing I knew how to swim.
But they singled you out because you were Jewish?
Yeah, because to make it.
So that was sort of a fact of your life.
Well, we were used to it once in a while. We were used to it to that. But you were safe because you see there was some in Poland, in the villages, there was there was always a blacksmith in certain territory. One family lived with this. Then there was a grocer in a hamlet or in a village, mostly white Russians, and made a living, lived there, one family by himself. Very seldom. Once in a while you heard, there was a killing, like they say. There was a killing they killed a Jewish family once in a while. But there was no pogroms in Poland. We didn't have any pogroms.
If something like that happened the first time it happened, did you go home and tell your mother and father? And what did they say? How did they help you understand it?
You mean when
Like when they called you maybe a Christ killer?
Well,
did you ever talk to your parents about it? I guess is what I'm asking.
yes, well, they knew that. They knew that. It's nothing. It's nothing new, because it was not. It's probably it didn't happen only in school. Sometimes it happened in on the market, for instance. Certain farmers, if you dealt with them and they didn't like you, they will, if you bargain with them, or so. It's not only school. It was common, it was common.
You said a couple times, though, you said, but we were safe. I mean, you grew up feeling very secure, it sounds like.
Well, when I grew up, yeah, we were safe. We were safe physically. If I was strong, you got involved. There's many times, you got in a fight, and you beat up your friends, your Polish friends or your Ukrainian. But as you were safe. You were used to it, to certain, those anti-Semitic expressions, words, or they say. Sometimes you heard beside Christ, they'll call you a special name like Abraham, Abraham. They call you, and I got a name, so it's not. We were used to it. So they didn't call me Yosef or Yosef, Abramczyk. You know what I mean? Abramczyk. Abraham. Or Mosca, Moses, Mosca. Yeah. When life was going on like that.
Did you have friends, close friends, boys who were non-Jewish?
As a rule, we got mostly associated with Jewish boys. Yeah, mostly. In school, you met some friends, but they were lived in a different section, so you didn't see them too often, only in school. And like I say, when you played soccer or something, so we were mixed. Yeah. Well, there was we had some friends, and it was very nice. You got along good with some of them.
With those at school, you would speak Polish?
Yes,
okay.
That's Polish, strict Polish.
When you were growing up, what did you think you might do? Did you have ideas about what you wanted to study or be?
Really, no.
No?
Really, no. It was probably, I didn't know exactly. This is before 39, I was 17, still to school. So I didn't make up my mind yet what I was going to do. I figured worse, being in a family, having in a business family, an uncle, if I would want to go work for my uncle. My older brother, the spare time work there, made extra money. And to go in farming, I didn't think about it yet. I didn't, it came in 1939, the war broke out. Nowadays, I don't know if here, when you're 17, you know what you want to do. I probably, maybe, my older brother did already decided to immigrate to the United States. He was 3 years older, and he applied. Now I couldn't do it because we were so close with the family, so bind. And I was figuring he is going to leave the family. He applied, and in 1937 for visa to the United States to Uncle Almond in Syracuse, and it takes time. If not the war, if the war wouldn't break out in 1939, maybe in 1939, 40, it would have been the United States. Yeah. But about me, I didn't want to live, I was close with the family.
That's an hour, and we're just going to take a break.
That's an hour already?
Uh-huh. I wanted to ask you a little bit about whether or not politics were ever discussed in your household. What did your father tell you about?
we were discussing politics. Like I went, like I say, quite often to my friend who listened to the radio. And it was already, 35 and 36 was going on, especially it started in Germany, all happened in Germany. I knew all the history. So we were speaking politics with my father. He was involved in politics. And I know all the history. Then when it 19, especially the laws, in 1945, the Nuremberg laws came out that the Jews, that there was posters on the stores, don't buy from Jews, and not allowed to buy, and stay away from, don't use the Jewish doctors, and school teachers were not allowed to teach in school, discriminated to teach in school.
Where is this now? You're talking about in Prizani?
This was we heard it, yeah.
You heard about it?
Yeah, I heard what happening, yes. We knew all of this, we all knew all about it. We're figuring that time, geez, well, why do they, why, especially if it's so bad, why don't they take off and get out?
The Jews in Germany.
In Germany, after all, if there's the law, there's only Germany, don't. But it's like the same. It was tough. It was hard. You live all your life in a country, you build a country, so you figured some did, left. Those some decided and they left in the, already in 1936, 37. Before they were able, they left and they had to abandon, they have to give up their businesses. I think in the beginning they were able to sell, forced to sell. The law changed so rapidly there that in the beginning they allow you to sell, but you had to sell, practically to give it away. But at least you were able to sell. And you were able to get out. You were able to get out if you had a place where to go. So some went out. Some, I know, some German Jews were able to get out. And that time now, actually, where you're going to go depends who's going to accept you. You see, I know that my brother, he had a relative, so many relatives here. And it took 37, 39, 2 years it was a quota. Everything was on a quota. Polish quota. Then there were so many probably applications that you had to wait for your next. And probably the same as in Germany. Now, there was no place to go. The only some went probably United States. I had to say no. They left for the United States. We were able. I think the majority mostly went, if we didn't have a Jewish state, we went to Palestine. Yeah, that's the only, somehow illegally went to Palestine. And those who remained, I don't know, either they still didn't believe. This was before all the atrocities, before all the, before all the camps and the chambers, gas chambers, was unheard of yet in those years. They didn't know it, nobody knew about it yet, what was going on. You had some laws, certain laws went in, that in Germany. I don't know if they had wear those, I don't think in Germany, later they had, in 1938, I think they had to wear the yellow stars, but in the beginning, they laws that, you weren't allowed to practice your profession.
You said that your father was involved in politics in Prusani. Tell us a little bit about that. How so?
Well, it was the politics, now the later years already, it was when in 1939, so we were fortunate that Prussia, the Germans started the war in September. The war started September 1st, 1939. All the history. They requested, before they started the war with Poland, that's we call it actually when the Second War started. But in 1938, the Anschluss, they took over Austria without, Anschluss. They were invited without, just marched in and took it over, and they were welcomed with flowers, and they were happy. That's and then I know it came with Czechoslovakia. I followed all the news with in Czechoslovakia. They requested the Sudetenland. Now Sudetenland, I showed you at that time. What's his name? That foreign minister from Britain, Chamberlain. He still went down, and he gave him okay. They agreed. The Czechs agreed to give it up, Sudetenland. The reason they agreed, they claimed Sudetenland was once belonged to the Germans, and there was a lot of German nationals. So he always his claim, I remember his claim, he said they were mistreated, and this and that, the reason given why he wants to give it Sudetenland. So finally, the Czechs, they didn't have a choice, so they gave it up, Sudetenland. But he wasn't satisfied, and that's when the pact was made between Chamberlain and it was Czech. The Czech was sold out. See, Chamberlain thought he's got a pact, with Hitler. You cannot make it with a tyrant like that. And that came back, and he says now peace is now, we established peace, and the world's gonna peace now. And you see the failure of the Allies, and finally he grabbed all Czechoslovakia. So that it started in 1939. It started with Poland. But speaking about Poland, now Poland was, they were anti-Semitic. Later, in the beginning, when Poland was established, the president, it was that Marshal Józef Pilsudski. He was the one organized the army and liberated Poland. Under Pilsudski, he was a social democrat, you know, and under him, it was, the Jews felt safe, and they were, you know, incorporated as democracy, treated as any other, or any, you know, there was not too many in Poland. We had nationalities. You had Poles, and you had Jews. You had some White Russian, Belarus. It's not like the United States. You have so many nationalities, so many groups in Russia. So the anti-Semitism in Poland actually started after he died. Now there was rumors even going on. I heard that the Jews saved Pilsudski. You know, they put the Russians were after him, and they put, I don't know where it's coming, they put a talus on him and fill him, and they saved him, and he appreciated that. That's what, you know, I don't know if it's not written in the history, but that's what I heard. So it was appreciated, it was good. After he died, this was in the late 1920s and beginning 1930s. That's when, you know, it changed. And what happened, the German influenced a lot. So when the war broke out in 1939, the foreign minister of Poland, Beck, disappeared, and it found out he was a German spy, the foreign minister Beck. Now, and he was influential to, you know, they knew in Poland that the war, you know, that the Germans, first of all, they requested Danzig. That was the first thing. This was the international port, supposed to be. It did belong maybe one time to Germany. So, okay, they gave him Danzig. But he wasn't satisfied. Then he wanted the other part. Speaking about Poland, the same thing in Poland. They were on that border with Germany, which when Poland was established, the independent state, there was a lot of German nationals there. So I remember that exactly, that the pretext that it says, you know, the Poles are mistreating the German nationals, and they killed German nationals. That's why he's gonna try and save his German nationals. It was a bluff. It was a bluff. It was an excuse.
When you felt things beginning to change like that, did you ever consider leaving? Did your father ever talk about it? Your brother, like it's getting bad?
You mean this is already in 1939? See what happened in 1939. We were saved by the war started, and we expected the Germans. And the Germans came in our town. They stayed a day or two. It was quiet. You know, we went outside. We had to get water. You know, we didn't have water inside, running water. We had to go to the wells, get water. And the army, it was quiet. Nothing. I mean, there was, and all of a sudden, overnight they pulled out. So we didn't even know there was a secret pact made between Stalin and Hitler. And then we realized, you know, finally, you know, that's when it started in 39. See, Stalin and Hitler made a secret pact, and he promised, gave Poland, he says, eventually you can, you can take over Lithuania, you can take over Latvia, you can take over Estonia, and then gave him little, if you want, territory someplace, this is in Czechoslovakia and Romania, they call that's the part of the territory they gave it to the Russians. And so the Russians came over to our city. That was almost, so we had from 39 to 1941 were the Russians. Well, under the Russians, when they came over, all right, I mean, the system changed, but it wasn't like in the Soviet Union. You know what I mean? Especially for the professionals, was even better than in Poland. Teachers were very important. You remained the Jewish schools. They weren't closed. You went to a Jewish school. You went to Russian school or a Polish school. They kept, the schools the way it was before, and even the farmers they didn't collect wide. You know what I mean? Collect. Like in Russia, and each farmer still operated, but. My grandfather was too big, so they took the farm away. Yeah, they took the farm away, and they'll let him manage, to put it this way. I mean, it's already, they paid him a salary, paid him a salary. So it means, but the profession, doctors, the same, they're working in the hospitals and their private practice, and lawyers. It didn't change very much. So we had a normal life for another 2 years, from 1939 to 1941. So I went to the Russian school. So from the Polish school, I had 2 more years. I went to the Russian school. And in the Russian school, we learned Russian history, and there was no anti-Semitism at all.
What was your grandfather's reaction when the farm was taken away?
Well, but the reaction, of course, I mean, it's not much. I mean, the reaction, that not much you can do. They took away the same thing. They took away my uncle's mill. They let him work there. He managed the mill. At the same, they took away. Yeah. Well, we expected the Germans. We expected the Germans, and it's already 1939. It's already too late. Where are you going to go? I mean, if the German would come, there's nowhere to go. It's too late to go. So at least, with the reaction, if we didn't like it, I mean, but at least we heard what's going on the other side of Poland there. All the refugees from the western Poland, they were floating, trying to get into the eastern, where we were under the Russians. A lot of them, from big cities, from Lodz and from Warsaw, from other cities. They were able yet in the beginning, to smuggle through, going through, and the Russian accepted them in the beginning, but there was such a flood later on. There was a lot of came over the flood, so the Russians sent them away up to, it was too many. They sent them to not to Siberia, but here there's Azerbaijan. In Russia, they tried to make, under the Russian, this was under Stalin, tried to make a Jewish republic, a Jewish state in Azerbaijan. Yeah, the Jews there. Yes, so they went there. But some of them survived. So it's better than we heard already. It's better than the Nazis.
Tell us a little bit about your political activities. You had mentioned earlier that you were involved in a youth group.
Yeah.
Were you still involved in it, or were you involved in any other sort of meetings or discussions about politics?
Yeah, I was involved with it. That's, in Prussian we had two groups. There was Zionist group, like I say, the Zionist group. There was Shamir, Chalutzim, and there's a lot of groups for the Zionists, and then there were the Bund. The Bund is socialist groups. They didn't believe in a Jewish state in Zionism. They believed that, you live in Poland and you gotta be a citizen of Poland and live in Poland and try to get your education, do the best you can in the country you live in. Yeah, that's the point. No, I was a Zionist. And I was a Zionist, and I belonged to Betar, which is, Betar is the organization, they call it the Likud now, but in Israel, Likud. I always believed that, if you want to have a state, now, if you want to have a state, you have to fight for a state, even if not, but even if we didn't have a Jewish state, we have Palestine. So even if you illegal, you get into Palestine, you have to be able to defend yourself. See, the Jews, they settled there, they worked hard in the beginning, and on the kibbutzim and all that, and eventually some Arabs, they came, there was a lot of pogroms in Palestine before the Jewish state, because, see, they didn't believe that, the Jews that in fighting or something, resisting fighting. I mean, even if you live in your own home there, and you work we were working in the swamps, those pioneers. We had so many pioneers from my town went. I had a friend, his brother went before the war, that pioneer went to, if we didn't have a Jewish state, they went to Palestine. And he survived. So I was a little. They did call us in Prussian, that time, with they say the brown shirts, like, fighters.
They called you the brown shirts.
The Betar was brown shirt.
Oh, okay.
Betar, they from the other side, from the Chalutzim and Shamir, from the other Zionist, leftist organization, what it was, They called us, we are writers, We have more writers. Jabotinsky, I don't know if the Likud. I remember Jabotinsky, for Jabotinsky, the leader, he believed that, that you try to encourage the Jews to organize in the diaspora, to organize and to defend yourself.
How had you come to have such strong feelings, though, about that? There you are in Pruzhany, and you're growing up, it's pretty middle class, things are pretty good. How did you get such a strong feeling that you should be part of a youth group that would ultimately believe in fighting for a state?
Well, because first of all, my leader the leader of my group from Betar, was the first one organized the resistance in the ghetto. And he was the first one left the ghetto, which, you know, where the ghetto was still existing when we were trying, you know, to arm ourselves. And he was the first for the 10 people left the forest when the ghetto was still established 4 months before the liquidation. So, you know, when you belong to this group, you got somehow indoctrinated. I would say, no, indoctrinated. That's what we were believing to, you know. We were believing to, you know, have all of Palestine. Now, I remember you know, the song. Have all. Steek dort Leijerdeen, Zeshalan, steek dort Leijerdeen, Zeshalan. So I still remember. That's okay. It means we were both sides of the Jordan. Not enough, you know. We believed on the both sides of the Jordan. And now, you know, Miss Begin, you know, the Begin, the foreign minister, by the way, it comes from Brest, Chestnitovsk. Brest, this was when the armistice was signed, the First World War. It's not far, and Prushenev was the region from Poland, the region of Czech. Now Begin was coming down. I was in the Betar, you know. Begin was coming down in Prushenev. I remember him, you know. He's already. Begin used to come down. And we used to, you know, we were soldiers. We used to march and salute. And, yeah, I was a Begin man.
You said that you were indoctrinated but tell us a little bit about a Betar meeting.
We had meetings.
What would you talk about, and what would happen?
In the meetings, well, in the meetings it was social. We were young sometimes. It was social. Sometimes we switched. You know, my brother was older. He switched from here. He says, there is nicer girls here. You know, this is stuff. We were young, yeah, 15, 16, 17. So we stick to the group, and we used to get together at least once a week, sometimes many times during the week. We had a hall. Each organization had a hall. Used to have meetings. Used to have speakers. Speakers used to come and speak. And besides, there's a lot of, we used to have outside, what you call it, here's a cookout. You go out in the woods, like Shomer, went to the woods and marched in the woods, and not far from Prushenev. And that's the way the organization, they operated. Yeah.
Did your father, what were your father's feelings about you being in Betar and beginning to have these more political?
Well, he really didn't. He really didn't care. My father, he really didn't care if I was in Betar and it wasn't that. You know, it didn't. He knew. I mean, the philosophy of the Betar, what it stands for and all that, but he really didn't care, yeah. But you see, my father was a pessimist. Well, right, this is speaking about when the war already, when we were the war in 41. You know, when it started June. This was around the Russians, like I told you, well, normal, we're still. In 1942, in June 22, when the war broke out with the Russians and the Germans, this was terrible. Now, they marched first of all, see, they did the same thing as the Japanese did with Pearl Harbor. You know, they have the same system. They utilized the time when the Russians were on, what you call it, was a holiday off. Most of them celebrated. And that's when they attacked. And it's about, like I mentioned before, the border between the Polish, German, where the Germans are, and here, where we were, is about Brest Bug, the river Bug, where Brest-Litovsk, the Bug divided. And the other side was the Germans' occupation, and here were the Russians. So I remember it was overnight they broke through. And they marched. It was panzer and tanks and motor cars and no one on foot. No one. It lasted, through the street, through the city, and all outside the street for weeks. Open. I mean, they already broke through the Grand Zone 50. They broke through right away. And we went out. We had to come out, like get some water. Everybody was afraid, was sitting in the house. And the only thing, they didn't bother the army. They were marching. They didn't bother anybody. You went out to get some water. And the only question is, they were asking how far is Minsk? Well, I says, Minsk, I was outside too. I says, Minsk, you just crossed the border, and it depends if they are from there, maybe they are from way back. I mean, and they probably started maybe from Germany or from some Western Poland by, the army. It says, oh, you have a long way to go yet. I think to Minsk you still got maybe a couple 100 kilometers. And it was open, the tanks were open, they broke the line. And the Russians were in retreat.
The Russians were retreating.
They were in a panic. They retreated in that section. There were street fronts. We were in the Belarusian. There was Ukraine. They attacked from three sides. Now, the way I understand, from our side, they broke through right away. They went through. First of all, I didn't mention, when the Russian took over Pruzhany, they built a big airport right outside from Pruzhany. We didn't have an airport. They probably prepared themselves. They knew right near the border, and it was a tremendous airport and military airport, and they were training and flying pilots. So in Pruzhany, all the time was noise. During the night, there was all the time, and we got a kick out of it. Sometimes during the day, you saw the way the planes, the way they exercising the planes. I thought, gee, they're gonna drop down. It was, it was exciting things. So the Germans bombed the first. Right away, they bombed the complete whatever airplanes was on the airport. They destroyed them all.
Did they bomb Pruzhany?
Not the Pruzhany. On the outskirts, they did, but the airport and the outskirts of Pruzhany. So the airport was destroyed, and so about maybe a month, 4 or 5 weeks. That's all. We were marching through the city, and everybody was sitting. Most of the people were sitting inside, were afraid. to go out, but the German army didn't bother much.
Just before you go on, just try to remember that month. What was going on in your house? You said a lot of people were sitting. What was your mother saying? What was your father saying? What were you and your brother doing? In that month where you don't know what's going on and the troops are coming in, the German troops.
Yeah, we were, was my mother saying that we knew it's gonna be trouble. We knew that, we knew it's gonna be trouble eventually. We understood, but not, what can you do? You know, you try the best. And so they, like, when the feeling, you were still in your house, you still, and everybody knew the war is going to start. Everybody prepared little food, you know, food and certain vegetables will last for a while, whatever. And there's nothing unusual happened the first month, 3-4 weeks when the German went through. But after, there was some military police took it over, yeah. And they were used to maybe grab sometimes, you know, certain Jewish people, younger people, for certain work, you know, clean up here, clean up there, whatever, yeah. But, I mean, there was nothing serious, unusual, serious happened. But when, after about a month, then the Gestapo and the SS came in. And they took over control of the city. So, the second day, what they did is they requested, they had spies from the local population collaborated. Most of the intelligentsia from 20, I think it was 18 people right away, women and men, and somebody, a leader from the organization, a leader from the temple, if they knew somebody's a socialist and somebody's a communist, and somebody, so they selected 18 men, and they took him right out to it was not far from Prussian and the forest, and they shot him. We knew that. That was the first couple days.
How did you know that? How did you know that?
Because I didn't know that because it wasn't ghetto established, and we have contact yet with we were free to go out to mix with the Gentiles, and there is some villages around there. We knew that they were sharp. We knew that. It was no secret. Everybody knew that. They took him out. There were some witnesses. And this was the first 2 days. And it took them about, they used to grab every once in a while somebody, we were still living, each one I lived in our house, each one was living in their own homes. It was not a ghetto established. So they used to grab many times. I remember the ghetto was established. They grabbed some people at the airport. As like I mentioned, there was an airport near the city. And the Russians left an awful lot of, they were surprised. There's a lot of cleanup, debris cleanup, and they left a lot of ammunition. And this was winter time. They came in. That's not. I'm sorry. In the winter. This was June 22. So cleaned the airport, and sometimes, you get bitter, depends which group you worked for.
Were you ever grabbed?
Oh, well, yeah, I've ever grabbed priests. So what happened now, we were on the airport. Now, it happened there was an engine. I brought out an engine. Big engine weighs 1,000 pounds. And they told me 2 people to lift up the engine and put it on the truck. It's impossible. How can you put it? I mean, you gotta have, it weighs 1,000 pounds. You're not gonna pick it up. For them, this was already, the SS and the Gestapo. Pick it up, with a stick, hit you over the head, bang you. They know you couldn't do it. For them, it was, you know what I mean? So they beat you up, and finally, they says, well, get a couple more help and put it on the truck. This was the first days where I really experienced. So, but you mean you couldn't do anything? If they catch, it was most of the time cleaning up jobs. Only men, they didn't take any women that time. Only men, most of the younger men, for all kind of cleanup jobs. And eventually, it came in the laws. Before they established the UNRWA, it came in already certain degrees, certain laws. I remember that you're still free to move outside the ghetto and deal and trade with the farmers if you had little money and all that. And so you couldn't walk already. A Jew, you had before an armband. You didn't have the yellow star. You had an armband on the right side where it says Jude. So it means, if you went out, they knew there's a Jude. They knew you're Jude, that's they grabbed. Otherwise, they're going to grab somebody else. How do they know, to grab a Jew because you have the armband and they're Jude. Now, of course, everybody followed. It's maybe it wasn't, you were scared. You put on the armband. What would happen if you wouldn't put on the armband? I really don't know. Sometime if they would discover it, maybe they'll kill you. Well, I didn't experience that. But it didn't last. It lasted about a month. And they started to organize the ghetto. So, and before they organized the ghetto, they selected a Judenrat. They selected each, that's the system. And they didn't install the Judenrat. They told the Jews that you install a Jewish council, that's a Judenrat, it's a Jewish council, which representative from different branches. Now, if we need labor, you're going to be the minister, you're minister of labor. You're going to be minister of sanitation, minister of police, Jewish police. You got Jewish police to, the UNRWA to keep order. And the Jewish police had to keep the order. There was some degrees in the UNRWA. And from all kind of branches, you know what I mean? And that's the way. And so they were they tried to select among the Jews, which is to select, well, in the beginning they selected, there was an attorney, a big attorney, Schreibman. Attorney, maybe we should select Schreibman. And they decided, well, they decided to select he was a big businessman, and educated. Yeah, so they Itzel Yanovich, very big, respected Jew, businessman, respected by the whole community from the poor, everybody Poles and all that, and educated man. So he was the president, and then the important job was very important job is that in charge of labor. Now the Germans, they're not going to pick this, that's a big job for them. So it was they picked the Judenrat, which consisted of about, I think it was 22 people altogether. Each one has its own job. And they told the Judenrat that we're going to establish a ghetto in certain spots. They say the spot is going to be, usually they pick the spots, where the slum spots, not in the center. Yeah, and they gave you a certain 15 blocks or 20 blocks, the measurements exactly where the Judenrat is going to be, and those Jews who lived in, have their own state there. All the Jews living outside, and outside the Juden ghetto, had to abandon their homes. Of course, there was very few Gentiles living in the slums there. If there were some, they had to abandon, they had to leave their homes. And so they were established the ghetto, and it was, fenced, just all the ghettos, fenced in, with barbed wire fenced in. The Jews had to build themselves. They told us exactly the measurement, the plan. You build it, we had to build it, we had to pay for it, our labor of God. We built it, we paid for it, with all. And
you help build it?
Well, I really didn't help build it. They had what you call it, carpenters, and they had welders, and they had. I was too young. I didn't participate in building that. Professionals, which. And everything, well, we didn't have the machinery, everything was had to be done by hand. And that's all the outside Jews were put in the Judenrat. And the Burgermeister came in town, that's the mayor of the town, and he had the authority for the whole city. It includes already, it's the already the Judenrat and all got to do, beside the SS and Gestapo and the other units. So when the Judenrat, we had, our house was in the ghetto. Yeah. Because it was the section there. Somehow we had a big house, like it says, a pound back in it. Our house was still in the ghetto, so we still remained in the ghetto. We remained in our house. And then eventually the laws went in that you have to, of course, you have to wear that you got to wear the yellow star on your chest on the left side and the back. I think it's 5 inches. Each one, a child, everybody had to wear the yellow star. And everybody had a little still food saved up and stored up for little, you were still able to go out before the Judenrat was established to deal with the farmers. It was still free, but you still have the yellow band, it's still free. If you had There was no money. If you had money, it was mostly bartering most of the time, you know, for the farmer. If you didn't have any money, so you had a pair of shoes, they gave you, for instance, some vegetables, whatever, or meat, or some butter, or a little cheese, or a suit, or a ring. This was you know, this was, you were, what do you call it, bartering. And
Trading.
because, yeah, we're trading because the ruble, under the Russian, the ruble was already not for, you know, change wasn't considered worth much at all. They preferred rather, the farmer, they preferred rather, you want something, it was something valuable. So, but when the UNRWA was established, this was already rationing when in effect. They gave you so much bread. We didn't get bread. We got flour. My uncle's mill supplied the flour for the UNRWA. You know, we used to get flour. They figured out already exactly roughly how much flour, 400 pounds, how much bread is going to come out. So it was, I don't know, 25 grams or so much, 25 grams of bread, then the rationing, and so much little margarine for each family, and little, I think they have, it was over here, what they call it, like, jello type, little jello, if you want to, yeah. And then right away, law went in. They requested from the UNRWA that you have to $500,000. There's some, you know, you have some money, rubles left, you know, from the Russians, rubles left, 500,000 rubles. And this was, you know, this was a function already from the police, make sure, you know, if they knew that somebody, you know, rich, poor, you know, so somebody didn't want to give the police, the Jewish police, of course, you know, you got to give, or somebody didn't behave, or somebody, you know, the police function was to keep order. We had a lot of, you know, there was a lot of stealing, and when you're hungry, you know something, you'll grab. So it's got to be, you know, got to be order. So the function of police to keep order in the ghetto.
Let me just check this. You said there was a law established to get money from the Jewish community. How much did your family have to give? And did you have the cash, or did you?
No, well, the rubles, we gave some ruble. I don't know. It was a half a million rubles, and it was about 10 kilograms of silver. It was the went effect right away, and I think it's a kilogram of gold. So each one, you know, in order, they wouldn't rot. Is their function is to make sure that getting from the Jews, and each one had to, you know, had to give, if you had a gold ring or something, yeah, so that, and besides, any foreign currency, not allowed, you know, that's strict. They're gonna, if you're gonna catch you, you got caught with foreign currency, let's get out. You know, the death penalty. For no radios, all the radios has to be confiscated. Whoever had a radio,
The
you
radio
couldn't have,
next door?
well,
The Goldberg's radio?
there you had gone. I mean, all the radios had to be confiscated. And all you weren't allowed to own a radio. You weren't allowed to own a camera. They didn't allow to have telephones. There was not too many telephone, radios, and any other. Well, we didn't have like you have it here now. You know, the television, and VCRs, and compasses. I give you example. Maps, a map, a compass. anything like that. Yeah, was not allowed, and had to be turned over. And this is the first laws went into effect, and so it was the Judenrat in general, in Prugene, did a good job. They have some complaints in some other places, not together. They did a good job. As a matter of fact, they came later on in it was established in 1941, from some other cities to learn the system the way, the Prussian ghetto operates. Now, eventually, in late 1941, that was established in June, late 1941, they brought in Jews from little surrounding towns. Most of the little towns were liquidated on the spot. There was families, a little hamlet or village with 20, 50, 100 families. Rather Waven, the SS, they killed them on the spot. I know, in fact, it is not far from Prugene. We didn't have the station in Prugene. We had to go. It's about 10 kilometers to the railroad station. We had a little trolley station. If you want to travel, you had to take the trolley and to the Linovo, which is 10 kilometers. And then Linovo was a little town, little village. There were about 25 families. And this was in Radway, the first, when they arrived, the first month, they killed them all out. And one person in the family somehow escaped and came to our ghetto. Came to the ghetto. So, yeah?
I'm going to stop you there because we're just about out of tape. Yeah. Every Okay, at this point, the ghetto has been established. It's still fairly early on. What was a regular day like? What, you would wake up in the morning, at this point you're still in your house.
Yeah, the ghetto was established in August 1st. Now, that time already, the Germans, any what you call it, like we had the Bürgermeister SS, yes, and the Gestapo, and there was an airport, and there was some warehouses. So it was already a system established. When the Germans requested, for instance, 500 people in one place, 200 people here, so the they gave an order, and the Judenrat supplied. So in the morning, and they kept bookkeeping, fair. It means if I went today, somebody else will go tomorrow. Now, if I like the place where I was sent, and they gave you, some places they treat you. They gave you sometimes extra piece of bread or something, a little margarine or something. So you were willing to go and work there, and I don't mind going work there another day. But there was some places where there was Lehman Commando, which they were in charge of the communication line and telegram and telegram post, and there were of people there where, nobody wanted to go and work there because you went there and, they told you what to do, and decided they were unsatisfied. They were beating you up and kicking you for no other reason. So they say, well, I'm not, you're sending me back to Lehman Brothers. I went there yesterday. I don't want to go there. It depends. So each group from the Germans, they requested some people, and they were fair. They kept somehow a list, and you went to all kind of different work. Especially it was winter, winter time, the airport, which is so big. On the airport, you had to go. Now they could have afford and clean the airport miles for the runways with snow plows and bulldozers, whatever. So the airport, 1,000, 2,000 with a shovel. We had to have shovels and wheelbarrows, so that's cheap labor. So we had to, we getting that's in Belarus, in the part of Poland, an awful lot of snow and cold, winter cold and snow. So you had to clean, and the snow in the wheelbarrow with a shovel, and there was a certain spot where you dumped it, like a mile away, and they had cheap labor. So this was winter time. It lasted, that long winters, sometimes for 3, 4, 5 months, and I was working. Everybody was working at the airport. And besides, you were sent for instance, to work in the woods to chop for the Germans. That's the same thing. They had to, that's the only source of cooking and eating. And so you had to go. They requested, for instance, a group of a few hundred people to go in the woods. Now we were fortunate we had woods near, about 25 kilometers actually, the nearest spot where a lot of forest. So they were sending groups to the forest, and sometimes you had to stay there a week, because it takes takes a long time till you go there. So they supplied you the Judenrat with certain rationing, and you had to go there and chop food, cut logs, chop food, and then bring it back to the ghetto, and for the outside the ghetto population. So this type of work, and there was no labor, there was no machinery, which they had, no machinery. They used cheap labor, machinery. Especially, for instance, now, they didn't like it. The Germans were complaining. They said that when they marched in, and we didn't have the roads like over here paved, so they were complaining. That's dumb, foolish Polish. They, it was muddy, they were going through the tanks and through the roads. They made holes, and they made it was it was a lot of mud and all that. It's just look at the roads they have. They didn't like the roads, building roads. So we had to. It was it's a big job. Always crush stones. With this sledgehammer, big stones, crush stones in order to fix the roads. So this is all the time, hundreds of, which is, it was hard work. And how did you get, from big stones, you had to crush the stones till you crush them to small, and that's the way the roads, and then you filled in the roads. They call it gravel here, like crushed, when you buy, roller crush or gravel, if you want stones graded up, some lots over here you see sometimes here. So this type of work, all kind of work.
And if you were working, would there be a German supervising you?
Well, as a rule, when there was a group, there were, of course, there were Germans, a few Germans, they would supervise you. Yes, they were with dog supervisor. And even see my brother, now, eventually, my brother was assigned in 1942. They needed the mayor needed somebody around the house, what they call it, a chorus boy, a chorus.
Chore boy.
Chore, I mean.
To help him with the chore.
Chore. Help him chop the wood and all this and that. So he was picked up, even though he was picked up every morning from the ghetto and to outside to the Bürgermeister, and he had a guard. He had a guard following me. He had mentioned, the law went in, you weren't allowed to walk in the sidewalk, you had to walk in the, on the, what you call a drain, on the road, on the right side of the road where the drainage is there. Yeah, and the assessment where the soldier, with the rifle was following on the sidewalk, following, you had to walk on the road, on the right side of the road, and you had to walk.
But you're still living at home in the house?
This was still in the ghetto.
Okay.
Our house was still in the ghetto.
Are you and your brother at this point, are you still going to your political youth meetings, Batar?
Well, this was already, forget about it, it was already not political, no.
Was anything going on though in terms of discussions among friends about?
Yeah,
tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, we were getting around, in the ghetto in the beginning, meeting in some houses and spend, talking about the situation and playing chess and still, cards, chess and try to spend the time. See, the Germans didn't, when the Judenrat was established, the Germans didn't went in the ghetto too often. See, they only came in, the Judenrat in a special building, mostly on the outskirts, near that opening, they call it in German Schlagbrand, where the gate opens up, and not far from there was a big house where the Judenrat were located. And it was a big house with a lot of rooms, they took up, each person lived there. And the Germans used to from the, not soldiers, but from the leaders, they used to come down every day to the Judenrat with requests about labor. We need labor here, labor there, we need money here, we need always money. And in the beginning, see, they could be bribed a little. The Bürgermeister, even the SS, they could be bribed. They knew, that they were looking for something. If they can get, they're going to rescind it. For instance, we had some selections winter time in the ghetto. They want to make sure about the rationing exactly. If somebody dies, many people, or somebody gets born, so they call that a selection. You have to go out and make sure, check exactly if the number is right or not right, but they really didn't know the number, they didn't care. This was just, just fun for them to they call it a selection, to go outside. You have to be winter time, summertime, or winter time,
This is
go
like
out.
counting.
A couple
would count everybody?
selection there for accounting, and lined up in 4 lines, and they count, and then they keep you, and they count it, and then you freeze with little children, crippled people. No, I had to go out, and sometimes it lasted for 4 hours. Finish your counting. I don't know, counting good. You can go back. Quite often they did that. They call it counting.
How would they call you to that?
Well, how would they call it?
How would you know? Was there a bell or
No,
something?
no, they wouldn't see. They told they wouldn't write that this and this day at such a time, and the police, and they were the police, and it was posted, on the streets in the certain places, and you had to be out, be ready for this time, Yeah, this is everything organized. They wouldn't rather to organize all that.
You had said earlier that the Judenrat in your town did pretty well.
Yeah.
If you could talk a little bit more about how people felt about it. Were there conflicting feelings about what the leaders were doing in terms of cooperating with?
I understand your question. Yeah. Well, see, in general, they did the Judenrat were fair in Persian. There were some complaints, you know what I mean? There's always certain complaints. But as a rule, on the average, they were trying the best. Now, they were against organizing or something, they didn't allow that. They were responsible, you know what I mean? They, if they didn't know in the beginning, but eventually when it came out, later on when it's got, well, I want to come to the 1942, when they start already organizing. So they were, of course, against that because they were responsible. First of all, they were responsible for the population of the ghetto, and they were the first one we sacrificed. So, I don't know, you can blame him or you're not, what I mean. It's a tough situation, because tough. Don't forget that it was reprisals. It's not like in normal times you catch somebody, or you catch a partisan or a revolt or somebody instigator. They take revenge. If the Germans find out, for instance, if I did something, or I'm doing something, or I'm preparing for something, not only, all my family, they would get all my family and my uncles and nieces and nephews and who knows how many, responsible. So it was risky. It was risky. It's very, very risky. You didn't want to have on your conscience that, you did something on account of you. So the same thing, the Judenrat had a problem. The same, they didn't want to, but they didn't know, they didn't allow. The last, eventually, when they did discovered in the late 1942, part of it, it was already too late, It was already too late. We had to, the the way the organization we started, it had to be so secret. You know, you had to, that you even your own family didn't have to know what you're doing.
Tell us about that. When did the idea first emerge
Yeah.
in your head that, hey,
Well, I'll tell you, because I want to say that when they established the ghetto in 1941 in October, now in beginning 1942, they brought into Pruzhne ghetto from surrounding towns, from Gainovka, from Narevka, from Bielovej and Kamenets, 4 cities, and then from Bialystok. Those were little cities. And what happened, fortunately, you know, most of the little cities, you know, in 1941, beginning 42, they liquidated him, you know, they didn't bother even establishing a ghetto. They liquidated him, they killed him on the spot, or they took him out in the woods, and killed. And then after that, it was, of course, it was too much of they didn't have the power yet, the manpower. It was a tough job. And so they stopped bringing in Pruzhne ghettos of those that were fortunate, and the ghetto swelled from about, we had, like it's mentioned, 6,000 Jews, 1,000 from here, 2,000 from here. So finally the ghetto swelled to 12,000. And some were brought in by trucks from Gainovka, and some were marched by foot for 80, you know, especially from Narevka, the city. And we had to take in a family from there, and they marched them. You know, the whole from, it's about, I would say, maybe 16, 17 kilometers. Can you imagine? So half what happened to the cripples, from the children, and the what you call it, a lot of them, you know, lost parents, children. They couldn't make, you know, and those who couldn't make it, they shot them on the spot. And eventually those who made it, brought them in the ghetto. So we heard from those people, we right there, you know, we had to take in, you had a big house, we had to take in some families. You know, some says, you know, they lost a father, or lost that little baby, or lost a child. Yeah. And then they brought in from Bialystok. It's a big city, Bialystok. So they brought in 2,000 from Bialystok in Pruzhne, in our town. Now, I want to mention that Pruzhne and the vicinity was enclosed in the Third Reich, they call it. You know, they incorporated, we figured the Third Reich was going to be treated a little better. The reason they incorporated Pruzhne in the Third Reich is because we were near Bielovej, and Bielovej forests were the famous forests in Poland. One of the biggest famous forests in Poland. It's about 60 or 70 kilometers from Pruzhne. And they were famous for certain animals. And Goering and all the groups and Himmler, they used to hunt there. That's the reason they incorporated Pruzhne and even Bialystok, the certain territory, and they call it to the East Prussia, not to, you know, Greater Germany, East Prussia. So comparison with other ghettos, maybe we were treated a little bit in the beginning better, because we didn't have those, they call it actions, the German, you know, actions, like in other cities. They requested, let's see, right away, 1,000 in Slonim, 2,000, 5,000, action needed to come out someplace in certain, ravines in certain places right away, even in the beginning of the war, and they killed. So we didn't have that. We didn't have the actions, like keeping out a few hundred, and except it was, every once in a while, every day there were some casualties. We had, they went outside. They took people up to 60 years old. Certainly some were mistreated and some couldn't make it, some were weak. So there were some casualties. We had to bring them in the ghetto. So we were told, there was 2 or 3 every once in a while. I heard that they brought them in the ghetto and for burial. Now that what I want to mention is this: I had an uncle, the one who was, associated with a farm. Now, we had a bakery in the town, in the ghetto. We weren't getting bread. We were getting flour. And we had a bakery in the ghetto, and the fire engine, it wasn't in the ghetto. We supposed to be on a fire, we had to take care. The fire station was the same. Already was stationed in Pruzhny Ghetto, and we had a hospital in Pruzhny Ghetto. So we had to, speaking of my uncle, so he was a farmer, and we had a fleet of horses and wagons to, any time the German requested, for instance, if you have to take down 50 people to the forest, or 100 people in the forest. So they told us they were the truckers. We didn't have a truck. They were trucker taking the people down the forest. And see, my uncle was killed. They what do you call it? With the experiments with dogs. Yeah, it was stolen by dogs.
Can you explain a little more? Can you just explain a little more?
Well, the experiments with dogs. One dog. How long is going to take? How long is going to take dogs to kill a person? You understand? The experiment, they wanted to know how long it's going to take, 1 dog or 2 dogs. Finally, yeah. So that happened. That made a big impression on me.
Can you tell us a little bit more about when you began to think and talk with your friends about your...
Well, this happened in 1942, this, and then, see, we had so many brought in the ghetto, escapees. Like I mentioned, they brought some in from different towns. And then they used to find some Jews from the outside, for instance, and somebody survived, and they used to drop him in the ghetto. So, we heard all kind of stories. So I was wondering, they could have killed them. Now, why did they brought him in the ghetto? He was telling us that he survived somehow, I know, some way, and from a little village, and they was wandering, and they caught him, and the Germans caught him and dropped him in the ghetto. So it reached your mind, that understanding there is something, it's a matter of time. Now, why did they have to bring in, I was all figured, why did they have to bring in those escapees, those survivors? They could have killed them. They dropped them in, they dropped them in the ghetto. We heard all kind of atrocities with, living witnesses. So we understood that's, there's a matter of time, it's a matter of time. And fortunately, when, when the group was established, there's a lot of from the group worked in different kind of places. One from our group worked in the woods, sent to cut for a week, and he was working and they left, they stayed there in the woods for a week, and at night, couple Russian partisans came over. And the Germans slept already there. They came over and they says, well, if you're gonna get some arms, we'll take you in. It wasn't organized yet. It was independent groups. I call it, it was still, you could find in the woods that time criminals. You can find escapees from prisoners, Russian prisoners. They knew, they went in the woods. They had their ammunition instead of getting taken in prison. And there was all, and there was some, for instance, farmers for the boys. The older people, they didn't take. If a farmer had a couple boys, especially boys, they used to take them to work to Germany, to work on the German farms, because they needed help. Or Germany, they can use all the men they could, so they can get cheap labor. So they tried farmers, get those farmers' boys to go to Germany. Now they didn't want to go, and they knew the territory. See, they went in the woods. And they stayed in, sometimes in the night they'll go back to their parents and find out. So there was all kind of groups there in the woods. And this is the first when we met the two Russian, they were Russian with them, so they said, well, try and get some arms or get some money. And maybe we can, if you get some money, we'll take you in some. But, one of the men from our group was responsible for this man. He was responsible for his man. I mean, actually, one or two or three they would have taken it. They would accept 2 or 3 or few, not 50 or 100, but you wouldn't. You were responsible, were sent for the Judenrat, and if you don't come, you were accounted for the people. Now, if you come with 3 less, what happened to the other 3? You had a moral responsibility.
You're talking about why you didn't just run away right then.
Well, right then, I wasn't there, but I mean, if I were there, yeah. So there's some partisans in the meantime in the woods. So we started, to get organized and try and get some arms and ammunition. In the meantime, we know there's some, in the woods. This is far away, actually. This is in Belovier. This is about 50 kilometers. And so the youth in general got its understanding already, because you don't believe, the human nature. You still believe maybe, you figured, it's maybe the time will come, maybe the war will be over, and maybe something is going to happen, a miracle is going to happen. Not going to happen a miracle. It was a panic already in the ghetto in 1942. We heard about all the liquidations from the cities and from other parts, from little towns, and they were bringing them in the ghetto and living witnesses, so we knew what's going on and all. So they, you know, a realization that you might, no, there's something, you know, that is tricky. We have to do something. We have to get organized, and we're not going to go. We're not, you know, even when it comes the time, we're not going to go. Worst, even if we're not going to get out, we figured we're going to even burn up the ghetto or do something. I mean, even if you burn up, let's say anybody, whatever can escape, or worst scenario. So whoever else can escape, they knew already in the ghetto there. You know, when the group was established, now later on, when we got established, so it was a problem to get how you get arm and ammunition. Besides, yeah.
Before we go to that, let me ask you a little bit about, I mean, did you actually have a meeting and with some of your friends and say, okay, we are a group now, and these are the requirements to be in it, or?
Oh yeah. We had a meeting. We used to have a meeting, and each, you know, from the group, each one worked in different kind of locations, and one of our group worked in the warehouses where there were, you know, there was 50 or 100 people working there, or 1 or 2 people from our group worked in the warehouses where was the Russian leftover, and there was ammunition they were, you know, sorting and creating to ship it to Germany. And so it was a plan that time where how to, you could, you know, you could steal sometimes. It was easy to hide or something, but the problem is how you're going to get in the ghetto. You know, you could have, it wouldn't be a problem to leave it outside the ghetto. Very easy, because they were working outside the ghetto. You could have buried someplace, but it wouldn't be used. You know, how you going to get to it? You know, the important thing is to have it with you in the ghetto. You know, the arm ammunition, whatever. So this was a problem, because the ghetto was, you know, like I mentioned, was surrounded, and it was patrolled all the time with police, and they had with dogs, Germans, and collaborators. We had the Lithuanians in Poland too, and it was pretty strict. You know, you couldn't get out. In order, you know, it was you were locked in. No communication with the outside at all. No, I have a man aunt, you know, not far what I mentioned, one still living in Homs at 60 kilometers. We couldn't send any letters, we couldn't communicate, we couldn't travel, we couldn't go out. So we had some people working there in the ammunitions. We had some people working in the woods, cutting the woods, and we had some people. We had engineer. We had a secret radio engineer, which fixed up. We had a secret radio, which we can listen for the outside world, and you know, and still were organized a little bit, but mostly we used to get the news from the papers, from the German papers. They let you have a paper if you cannot read it anyway or something. So whatever, we knew a little situation, what's going on the front, how far they are, yeah. But it was a secret radio, so we knew a little bit from the public, British public broadcasting, yeah. So we knew from both sides. So that's the way the group started at. And
how many people?
it was actually, the group was 18 and 3, women is 21, and 10 is 31. 10 from our group was out. They had contact already in another part. They had this was what I mentioned, they worked chopping the wood. Now this was far away. Now the nearest spot from Pruzhene was 30 kilometers, the nearest wood. This is already they call it the Trukhnevich Zamoche forest. Now, we got a couple partisans got in contact with our group, and they used to come in. Our group already had a secret tunnel. I didn't even know where it was. Only certain, I know there is a secret tunnel going in and out of the ghetto. So with two partisans, Russian partisans, they used to come in the ghetto and be in contact with our group. And they told us to get organized and try and get some ammunition or money. They figured money, they can buy it. It was not, we were still independent groups. It was not no organization at all. It was the rule of the jungle yet. So you figure get some money. So eventually 10 people from our group left in October, 4 months before the liquidation. In October, they left already in the woods. And they learned a little from those couple partisans, from the Russians, how to make a bunker, how to live in the woods. So they stayed there, and quite often they used to, one or few of them used to come back in the ghetto. We had contact with them, used to come in. I still didn't know how they went in through the secret tunnel. And that's the way we used to communicate with each other.
Did you have an oath or something when you did form your group? Was there any discussion at one point saying, this is why we're doing it, or I swear I will do this or that? Was there ever any sort of formalization to
It's very secret.
commitment?
Yeah, it's very secret, and that nobody knew about it. It was so secret and so confidential that that your own parents didn't know what was going on, because you didn't want to what you call it, tell even your parents. They wouldn't sleep nights, you know what I mean? They wouldn't, I don't know if they would object or not object, but you just couldn't do it. You know what I mean? In case it had to be so secret that nobody knew about this group.
But can you tell us what it was? Did you swear an oath?
Well, we really didn't swear an oath, but we cooperated. We knew there was some, there was some cooperation between our group. See, my brother was a little older, and he was more instrumental. I'm going to go, this is later on, I want to mention that. So that's the way the group was established. So the 10 were there, and we were working the 18. Now, there were some other groups, we didn't know about them. We're not the exceptional. There were some other groups. You think that, we thought we thought we maybe were the other ones, but there were some groups. Eventually, we met them. Another group, we met them in the woods. So it was very secret.
But you did know, if you were in the ghetto, you knew the 18 people. You could recognize their face, and you knew they were part of your group.
Oh, we knew exactly. We knew exactly
So you knew.
each one. We knew
Okay.
exactly. Yeah, we used to get together, and this group, the 18, our group, we had our own bunker tunnel built in case, but we didn't have time yet to. We found a spot somehow near the border where you can get out. There was some farmland and barns. It's easy to, easy to escape in case emergency.
So, what was your goal as a group? You were trying to prepare for an
Well,
escape?
yeah, we were trying. We were actually, we knew that we were going to escape. We knew that we were going to either escape. If not escape, the 10 are already out. Now, we were left to organize some more, till we still, in the beginning, it wasn't 18, it was 10 and 12, and then, another one because we needed a carpenter, because in order to smuggle in the rifles, many times it's too long. We had to break it in half, break the wood off in order to smuggle in. This is too big and too long. So we needed a carpenter in order to fix the rifle up. Yeah. And then there was a couple in the group. They were much older than I am, 2 brothers, and they were dealing with lumber, and they knew the territory exactly. They used to buy logs and take it down to the sawmill. We had a sawmill too in Syracuse, the industry. So they knew the territory a little there. So
Prujani.
Yeah.
You had a sawmill in Prujani.
Oh, we had
Okay.
a sawmill in Prujani, yeah. Yeah. So we took now, and they were cousins to the one from the 10 who were left in the woods. It was my Beitar commander. He was the first one organizing, the 10. And his name was Beryl Segal. So mostly I would say there's a lot of, majority is from Beitar. I would say half of the group is from Beitar. Now he is the first one from the 10. He left his younger brother. Then it went in, he was Unterschule with his wife. He took his wife, and he was a mechanic. He belonged to the group, and then it was a Breitbart, 5, 10, and it was 2 from Bialystok, and those from the 10 quite often used to come down, like I mentioned, in the ghetto, and we used to have contact with them.
So you and your brother were doing this, and you didn't tell your parents anything about it?
They did. No. You see, I mentioned to you before, my father was pessimist a little. Now about one thing, geographically, maybe he was right. No, he was an educated man, he drew a map. Never forget. He drew a map and he says, boys, we were talking about, they didn't know that, that we are organized, what we should do or something like that. We were planning, saying something, we're going to escape, no, we're going to do something. He knew, but he didn't know about the group. He knew that. Because he drew a map and he says, boys, look, here is Poland. And then he drew, you got Czechoslovakia, exactly all the Europe. It says, you haven't got a single country, neutral country. You got Sweden and Switzerland. Now, all Europe was already taken. Now, even if you'll get out of the ghetto, he says, you got such a long way to go, and you're going to be caught, he says. You're going to caught by the certain groups, let's see, unfriendly Gentiles. It'll give you out because it was a prize, to catching a Jew, 2 kilograms of sugar. That's all. If you find a Jew hiding, or if you find somebody and you deliver him to the Germans, you'll get 2 kilograms of sugar. And some went for that. Sugar was, a luxury, 2 kilograms of sugar. So he says, it's a lost cause to him. He says it's a lost cause. Yeah. So he didn't, he discovered, I don't know, but one thing he was right, he didn't know we had connection with that. He didn't know, we didn't tell him that already later on, the connection and all that. So it's, I don't know what to say, if it was right or not right, who knows. I mean, geographically, he was right. Because it was, it's near, if you have a border, you could have even get out. But he didn't realize, we didn't know there are some woods, partisans, we don't have to go. Now, if we wouldn't have the woods near, it would be a problem, Oh, some from Warsaw, other cities lodge. Where are they going to go? You see, they fought, in Warsaw Ghetto. The resistance lasted for a month. For a month, they resisted. It's longer than French capitulated in 10, 12 days.
So I'm jumping ahead just a little bit now, but when you ultimately did leave, you weren't able, were you able to say goodbye to your parents?
No. Because you see what happened is, now we had to, it was emergency already. We didn't expect that. It came in order it was 90, in 1943, in January, the 27th it started. Sometimes the 26th came in order that, they gave it the Judenrat, that the Jews from Prussia are going to be deported. They didn't say where. They're going to be deported to Silesia. Silesia is part of Poland, and you're going to be working, because I didn't escape the first, I remember the first night, and the men were going to be working, nothing's going to happen to them, and what are you going to do? And the women, and the older women, and the children are going to be near there, all kind of balance. What the hell are you going to fool? So we got already caught. We could have, we didn't expect the date exactly. We could have gone out before. See, we could have gone out before this, either to the tunnel, or we would have cut the wire, the same thing, or we break the fence, cut the wire, what we did. Yeah. So when it came, they announced the liquidation. That time, we were trying to break through our group, and we were followed by a mob. It was 6 o'clock, it was still light, and the ghetto was so packed, everybody's on the street, and they see you. And everybody see you, everybody follows you, and they figured maybe they're gonna go through with us. And it was impossible. I mean, we couldn't take a chance because it would be a lost cause. The Germans, the patrol would have discovered that such a mob. So we decided we went back to where the bunker. We sit out in the bunker, and we tried for the second night. But already in the town, they knew, the group, the Almond Boys, there's a group exists. It was already going around in the ghetto, so the Germans probably knew, there's part of there's a group. So we hoped they were saying, I discovered that when I was liberated, some of them, I didn't even know they were sent to Auschwitz when we escaped. We didn't know where we were going, see? And so some girls were saying, I hope, the group survives, and maybe they're going to have witnesses telling, the story or whatever. So the second night, we decided we're going to fight through, break through, whatever happens. I mean, it's already. So it's still, we had maybe about 50 people followed us in our group. Some went through with us. All the people, all the men, with children, they went through. Finally, they discovered, they did this, eventually the guard went by and discovered that, with the map, something went through. And we picked a place, we picked a place where to go through, so it'll be near the Christian site where there is some, not homes, but farmland mostly with barns, big barns, and hay piles around, so you can sneak it in, and as long as you get out, so you can take off.
I want to go back on a couple details. We jumped ahead a bit, but I'm wondering if you could tell us a little bit about your brother, very active in this organization, and also the planning for getting arms for your group.
Yeah. Okay. Now, there were some ways of getting in the arms in the ghetto through a secret. The only way is the secret tunnel. Like the first 10, they went in and they went out. So they, you could have sent it out with a rifle or bring it in, but in a bigger form, a bigger quality form, it was a problem because every time you entered the ghetto, by the gate, you were searched all the time. You were searched completely. Maybe you have some, it depends on the guard, certain guard. If you'll find you carry a little extra bed, so you didn't mind. And if it's another guard and stuff, if you worked in certain place and they gave you a little extra piece of bread or something else, they'll let you in, then search you for the Torah. And it was tough, very tough to bring in arms and that. So you had to, in order to bring in a substantial amount, a big amount, and to increase the group, you had to have a certain plan. So, see, my brother was assigned, like I mentioned before, to work for the Burgermeister, actually for the wife. So around the house, chopping wood and cleaning, and the Burgermeister's wife was, what you call it, I would call her a soft, nice, soft woman. And she felt a little sorry sometimes, so she'll give my brother a little extra sometime to bring it to the family. And so we used, the occasion on that. So I figured one time he asked her, he said the mother was sick, and and it's cold in the house, if we can have certain amount of, he was chopping wood for them, plenty of wood anyway, and if we can take some home. Now, in order to, how you going to bring it home? So he says, I'm going to get a sled. And so she agreed, and the Burgermeister didn't object. So we had to build, it's not a sled with a horse pulling sled. It was a big sled anyway. And like I say, we had a carpenter, so we had to fix it up deep enough, make sure it's got a good bottom, so you can put quite a few rifles. Now the ammunition was easy. Sometimes
You made a place
a double.
in the sled.
It was a big sled with a false deck enclosed, so, and a hollow deck, so it's big enough in the sled, for instance, to 2-3 people to go in and hide. You need space enough. So and having those already group boys stealing and hiding, laying outside the warehouses, which is not far from the airport, and it was not far really from the Burgermeister. Now, he had, working for the Burgermeister, he was outside the ghetto, so he had a paper, what you call it, a card, so with his picture. So he could move sometimes, she'll send him there, so he could move himself already outside. Once in a while, not all the time, once in a while. So it was made a plan that he took the sled and he went to the, near that contraband where it was hidden. And there was a couple, from our group, the couple guys, we had to do them quick, and filled it up with the ammunition that time. You had a lot of hand grenades, especially the HEG type, the Russian type hand grenades. It's small, and this was very important. The air grenades, it's light, and you can do a lot of damage with it. It's more than a rifle. We applauded this, and we had a machine gun. That was, you can imagine with a machine gun. How you're going to smoke in a machine gun, and I think it was 7 rifles and a machine gun and 3 automatic rifles and a lot of ammunition. and brought it to the Bürgermeister and loaded up the wood on top of it. And he had to, he somehow he had his assistant, whoever, the chauffeur. Yeah, you know, the bigger winter time, see, winter time he had a car, but winter time he had a beautiful pair of horses and a sled, you know, those, you see it in the movies sometime, with a beautiful sled and horses, and taking them down winter time to the ghetto back and forth. He didn't drive the car, and the same thing that says the horses. So he brought it back to the Bürgermeister, and he loaded up and one of that, she persuaded one of the chauffeurs to attach to the sled with the horses, and I was waiting already inside the ghetto. And here, you know, I mean, after all, for the Bürgermeister, they know sled is coming in with that, it's legal. I took it right in. I took it right in. This was the time already we lost, our house was outside the ghetto. We had to move out, or move to my hand. We stayed with this one, with this widow, the one, Dalmone, the one lost, you know, the husband that I mentioned was killed by the dogs. That's my aunt. We moved in. We moved in with her, and she had 4 children, 4 girls, and we were 4 children, 8. And we stayed there already, and so I brought in the sled, and they were, you know, the time the mother, oh, good, you know, wood, oh, good, but, you know, I had to find a place where to hide that, and they had where they stayed, they had a little barn down there anyway, so that's the way eventually was hidden there. And
In the barn?
In the barn was, yeah, I had to take it in. And they didn't have, no, my family, they didn't know, nobody knew about it. Nobody knew about it, not even the other groups, you know, they knew, they would know. I knew where I put it, I knew where to hide it. And eventually we used that.
Were you afraid when you did something like that?
Afraid in the ghetto?
Well, when you were actually bringing the sled in, there are guns underneath. What if you're found out? Were you thinking about that?
Well, it seems to me at that time it was, we were pretty sure if it's always a risk, but I mean, if was permission given, and the wife gave permission, if you say the husband knew, because she had to tell the husband, you know, the husband had to tell the chauffeur, she didn't have much to you know, to say, have the authority to tell him. The Bürgermeister can tell the chauffeur to do that. Well, it was a risk, but we were sure that I think we're gonna make it. We're sure we're gonna make it. As long they're gonna stop it at the gate, and so they see it's wood or something like that. It was a risk. It's a historical risk. It just, you know, it's just a muzzle. That's all. I mean, they say Yiddish muzzle, lock. Who knows? Call it either call it lock or call it just grace of God. I don't know the word to use for that. Yeah. So this helped us, and so when we escaped the second night,
Before you go to that, I want you to tell me a little bit more. What was the idea? Did you said you were going to break the fence, or were you going to cut the wire? What was the plan?
The plan was, that time, on the second night that we're gonna try and break through in that spot there where we picked out a spot near. It's already the farmhouse is there, and we'll cut, we'll cut the wire, and we'll go through. And in case we're not gonna, in case we have to, this will be discovered, so we'll fight through. I mean, we'll fight through. There's no other chance. So it means, okay, whatever will go through, will through. I mean, the patrol, the few will fight through. Whatever will go through there, will go through. We lost 3 men. And like I said, a mob followed, even though a mob followed us, but maybe 50, but I think 30 went through with us. Some survived. All the people, they survived.
So you told everyone to come at a certain time, and you gave everyone a gun? I mean, how did you distribute the arms?
At that time, the arms, this was about 3 months before. It wasn't a long, 3 months before. Then we distributed the arms. This wasn't just the night before, way before. This was about this was, like I'm saying, 3 or 4 months before, when we were decided, you decided that we're gonna, that we're gonna do something. We had already 10 men in the woods, and that's all we are left, is to organize and get arms. In order to get more organized, more important was to get the arms, because we were told, the few partisans, it says we cannot accept you till you'll get arms, or if arms or money. Maybe they're going to be the money. With the understanding, I figured they would take the money. Those time, it wasn't the underground movement wasn't organized yet. Each group was living independently. So because when we went through, we came in the woods. We expected we're supposed to meet them at a certain spot there near, and we didn't meet the 10 people. And it was tough, and we had to wander around almost for days, and we couldn't find them.
But before we go on to that, I'm just trying to figure out, once you had all the arms in the barn, over those couple months, did you little by little say, here's your rifle, here's your how did
No, the group, it was all, okay. It was all distributed to the group, to the commander of the group. We had a commander of the group, which he was Laser Israelite, his name, and he was served in Polish army, and he was an officer, matter of fact, the Polish army, and he somehow escaped, wasn't taken prison, and so that's why we picked him as the commander, because he's a military man. He was much older, and he took his wife with him. He brought, which was not allowed. We didn't consider that. You know what I mean? We only knew that's where the 3 women is about. One is his wife. All right, so he brought his wife with him. So in the bunker, by the way, so it's sticked out already. So yeah, but the original plan was only mostly men.
And so when you left that night, when you packed to go, what were you carrying? The night that you escaped, what did you pack? Did you take anything, or did you just have your coat?
We sat in the bunker, and we went through. We had winter clothes there, and we took certain amount. I mean, we were prepared, you know, they call the, over here, you toast the bread, for instance, to last for a few days. It means when we didn't toast it, but actually it was already stale bread. You know what I mean? How we took a little bread and a little food to last for a couple of days. Yeah, but he was the commandeer laser. He was smart. He's a military man. He had prepared himself pretty good with his wife. But I mean, what, you know, I mean, they knew. He even had what you call it, the military, where you carry that can for drinks.
A canteen?
Canteen, yeah, a canteen. We didn't have a canteen. He had, so less them a little bit more. So we didn't have too much. We escaped with a little. We did have clothes, was important. Have warm clothes. It was winter time. It was very cold, and make sure you have good boots, and a hat, a good hat. Different kind of clothes. It was no, you know, everybody looks like Santa Claus or something different.
Like Sam.
Yeah.
Do you think your mother and your father suspected that you were getting ready to leave?
Well, with my father is another story. I didn't mention it there in the paper. With my father is another story. Now, if you want to know with my father, I'll have to tell you exactly what happened with my father. You want that? Yeah. Now, this was January 1943, October 1942. We got the same an order from the SS to the Judenrat to be ready. You're going to be taken to Expo and transport. Now, be ready at certain time, 8 o'clock in the morning. Now, I mentioned we didn't have the station near Pruzhina. It was 10 kilometers away. And we knew that's the liquidation. Somehow was rescinded. Either, I don't know, the bigger master paid off, it rescinded. The Judenrat decided that night, when the order came, I don't say all the Judenrat, most of the Judenrat decided to commit suicide. See? And this doctor, I mentioned, the Jewish doctor, she belonged to the Judenrat, and she supplied pills for that. You know, she had pills. You figured, you know, and they went to a big house, not all the Judenrat, maybe the Judenrat was 22, maybe about 10 or 12 decided to commit suicide. And it wasn't successful. I know it was, I remember that they took pills, and then they lit the chimney, and you know they made a firewood, and they didn't open the chimney, and they thought, you know, with carbon monoxide somehow only 2 died. Only 2 died. See, my father committed suicide. This is the same night. See, he knew what was going on with the Judenrat, but he hanged himself. So at least we had 3-4 months left. We buried them yet, in the spot in the, and we still have time to say Kaddish. Yeah. That's what happened to my father.
Were you there?
Mhm.
Were you living at home when that happened?
We still were in our, this was next month we moved to our hand. It happened about maybe 2 months when, both, Almones widows, the 2 widows, yeah. That happened. I didn't want to write this in the paper, but this is the story. He said all along, he says he's not gonna, he's gonna not gonna be let go to the transport. Yeah, so at least he had a little, if we had time to say in the same house we stayed with my aunt, we had a minyan, and that's what happened.
I'd been meaning to actually ask you the name of your aunt's husband who was killed.
Oh yeah,
during
yeah,
his war.
yeah.
What was his name?
Yeah, his name, the last name, Moshe Shereshevsky. Moshe Shereshevsky.
And it was your mother's
My mother's sister.
Okay.
And they had 4 girls. And in the range about the same. The older girl, probably was maybe a little bit older than my brother. And the same, she probably was already 23 or 24, and 20, and maybe 17, 15, and a smaller one, 4 girls. And I had 2 sisters, my 2 sisters. Yeah, so they all went to the same transport the same day, probably. I don't know, I think it was the 3rd. They transported, 4 days took it to transport the 12,000 Jews. They probably didn't have the wagons, so it was 3,000. They divided when it came. This is January the 3rd, 28, 29, the 30th. No, it's 27, 28, 29, and 30th. So it was divided the city on 4 sections, and they says each side, each day 3,000, and now it was prepared. You have to go to the station. We don't have a station to the 10 miles, so farmers were already lined up for miles inside the ghetto and outside the ghetto. It came the order that you got to be 8 o'clock in the morning to be ready. That's all is allowed to take a backpack, certain amount. It says each one take a backpack. So it means get you better, whatever, because you didn't see the backpack anyway anymore. So they prepare you to take the backpack. So of course, you put it in most of the better belongings. So you know what I mean. And be ready at the farmer's market, and you're going to be sent to Silesia, like I mentioned, to work. Nothing about concentration camps. You're going to be the women, all this, blah, 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 blah. So it took them 4 days. Some tried to escape. I found out later, from the wagon, going, it's winter time. It was way below 0. You imagine when you have to, a family, 2 families, 10, 12, or 15 people in the sled with the belongings, and it takes about a couple hours. And, it's freezing. You have a child. Some of them children, froze to death. Some of them tried to escape. So it did. A few managed to escape from all the transport. Some get shot on the spot. Some managed to escape, and they got in touch with a certain friend, a Christian friend, and they stayed there for a while, and they were told, there is some prisoner, go and dissuade partisans, and they reached the partisans there. If they reached, and they joined eventually our group. When we were in the woods, we found another group. So the second night, I say, when we escaped, it took us all night to reach the forest. We didn't meet those guys there at the tent, and this was the worst experience of our life. It was cold and hungry, and we were wandering around. Maybe we're going to find them, because they supposed to have already maybe a place, a bunker. We live in a bunker in the woods, camouflage somehow, where you can make a fire and all that. We did, with matches, we did had made at night. We made a fire, emergency. We, warmed up a little, but it was rough for the older. Some couldn't take it, So we wandered around for about a week, and we tried our group, the 18 and 3 women, to be independent. So we tried, we made a little bunker, and we had plenty of, well, the bunker, what the bunker is, it is, we call, it's more about 3-4 feet in the ground. Yeah, we had plenty, in the woods, you have plenty of trees and logs and all that. So you try to embrace, and then we have an idea how the bunker, how to build a bunker. So you can sleep about 10 on each side. So, and just high enough, 6 feet, so you can go in. And then you had on both sides, you had the, bunk, the bunks where you can just lay around and, sleep. And eventually in the middle of the bunker was a stove. I made a stove. This was when we decided we had to go to get some bricks. We had to go to the farms, get bricks, and build a stove, make that. Then we had to go to get some for the food undertaking. They call it in Russian bombyoshka. To go to a farm, you got to eat. After a week, we were hungry, starved. So.
But what would you do? How would you approach the farmers?
Well, here, the first time I approached the farmers, so we decided 5 men from the group. I participated, and we decided we were armed, we were going to go to a farm and get some bread and get some, we're armed. I mean, after all, that's the way the Russians lived there for so many months. They knew already the territory where they had guns. So the farmer, the farmer was caught in between. Let's put it, caught in between. So on the way, the first undertaking, we met on the road. It was wintertime. A farmer had a calf, and he had in his sled, and he had some salt, and he had some flour for the meal. So we took the sled, and we shoot the sled, whatever away from the farmer, and we brought it down to he was riding just on the track, you know, between the, not far from the woods. We brought this to our place, our home there, and on the way going to our place, to the bunker, call it a home, we stopped to another little farm. We got some bread, you know, the way the Russian, they bake the big loaf of bread. If you get 2 loaves of bread, it was rationing, so it mean at least you managed. You know, of 1 loaf of bread, you can make 20 or 25 portions. So you stayed on a portion. You know, we were fair. Each one got a portion of bread. This was the first days. Then we discovered that farmers were coming in the wood chopping. You know, they came in and they were chopping the woods, logs for themselves, and we are pretty close there, so we had to abandon. We had to abandon the first time. We abandoned that place already, and yeah, this was when we went the first time. We had to go to the farm, to the farmers, to get equipment in order to build. We had to have saws, we had to have shovels, we had to fix in order. No, we never, brother. No, we didn't have this with us. No, we didn't have this. We expected the 10 men, they're going to have a place, a home for us. See, we didn't meet them. Took us a long time. I think on the 3rd week we met them. So we got all the equipment to build this gym. They call it gymnamka. It means in the ground. It was camouflaged with brush and in order to protect, you know, the rain shouldn't go in. We had plenty sand, fill up with sand. But even though the sand, you know, went through, you know, in the beginning, it wasn't too bad. Later on, it was a problem. Later on was a problem. Well, it was, you know, you got loaded with lice and fleas.
With lice and
Oh,
fleas?
because from the sand and, you know, later on, even being, you know, when we organized, being in a partisan with all together, the Russian partisan, but we got used to it already. At that time, we already had, they had a steam room outside. Yeah, a steam room. You went outside, I don't know, you went out of the steam room winter time, almost naked. Then you run in order to get rid of them. It was a problem because, you know, the bunks you slept, each 10, you never undressed, you never took your shoes off, you only slept, you know, it reminds me of the concentration camps. You slept close to each other, and you know, it's bound to get from somebody else or from the sand, and somehow get infested. But from experience, we discovered, we learned, you know, we got rid of. We used to make a fire.
What would you do?
You know, in order to get, in the beginning, we used to make a fire. Well, this was already when we were organized. So they told us, make a fire and the smoke, make a big smoke, take off your shirt and hold it over the fire. And then hold, you know, and then they all drop. This was only in the beginning. Later on, you know, we were in 19. So it's an independent Jewish group. We lived for 4 months independently. We learned our lessons. Then we moved 3 times. Here is an account, you know, we saw farmers there. We went you know, like we were afraid we were going to be discovered, so we decided we're going to go in another place. Then we discovered there's another group in the woods, about 12 Jewish groups, and there's another group, 8, there's another 20. We were already, so being maybe around 50, 60, you got to have enough food, you know. So we tried the second time to go a bigger undertaking, they call it, for food undertaking. And it was, we went to a big farm, not far from our town, you know, this, and we loaded up 2 loads, it was still winter time, 2 sleds with a lot of products, most, you know, bread, flour, and oats, whatever they had there, and potatoes. Now, potatoes wasn't a problem with potatoes. The farmers added, all the farms, they had their supply potatoes outside, supplied for the whole winter, for the whole season, and the same thing, but covered with straw and then with sand, so it shouldn't freeze. Now, the same thing, it looks like outside bunker. We were, you know, we were inside, outside. So we used to go potatoes, we used to go in and steal. It was no problem. We can always get potatoes enough. If you didn't have food, but I'll get potatoes. And you had a fire, so you used to bake potatoes. Well, I mean, as long so you got along. You wasn't hungry. And the only thing is, we still don't. Where is our voice? Where is our voice? So we were wandering around. We met some partisans already that time in the woods, and they were already dressed nice, and they, you know, driving during the day, right on the route, you know, in the territory around the woods. They weren't afraid, driving around with a sled and the horses. And they met us, and they says, the same thing, those who are armed, they would take it. Those who don't hasn't got any arms, it says you got to have, they wouldn't take it in. They wouldn't accept them. So they were friendly in the beginning. They helped us go, with our group, and they participated, and they helped us to go for a bigger undertaking, food undertaking. They knew already how to do it. See, we weren't experienced, and they helped us with food undertaking. So it wasn't so bad. And eventually, I think on the 3rd week, we found our group. See, and they were still already incorporated with some partisans, with some Russian partisans, but it still was independent groups, each one living independently. But at least we had some, so when we met the 10 groups, they were already more experienced. We took on some military missions couple. So in order to get some more ammunition for the, we had about 60 there, some of them didn't came or mentioned. The 12, they only had maybe a couple rifles. Now our group, considering the way we were armed, it's unbelievable. Because come to think of, I was mentioned, in Warsaw Ghetto, it was so rough to smoke, to get arms in. They tried the underground, Polish underground. They're supposed to help them. And, with money to buy, you couldn't, you had to buy guns and ammunition. Many times, they took the money and they didn't deliver it. They didn't deliver it. With so little, whatever they had, with so little, they stood out, and they couldn't, and the Germans had to bomb them out. in order to in Warsaw Ghetto. With so little. So comparison, the little group that was Warsaw Ghetto with 500,000 Jews, 400,000 Jews. So you figure, gee, we are blessed, unbelievable, blessed comparison. So we managed, went to the farmers. They saw we are Jews, but what can they do? They looked around. Some were unfriendly farmers, but we took whatever we needed. So when we met up with the other 10, we already, we got built some, same thing, what you call it, the bunkers, three 20 of each, 3 bunkers on each side. And they helped us. We went on bigger, on food assignment. We had already help from the Russian partisans. They helped us. And many times we reciprocated. It says, okay, you'll have to go with us. They picked a few from our group, which, some not armed. It says they're going to protect us. They took us and they said we're going to go on the track and they gave us saws. It says you're going to cut telephone poles and telegraphs and stuff like that. The Russian says, you do. They lay in ambush and says we're going to protect you at everything at night.
You're talking now about a mission now.
Well, this is a mission, but okay, cut telegraph. Yeah, two, the old, each one on 2 sides, the old, so we didn't have the electric saw. Had to cut the telephone at night, so to disrupt the communication, they had to come back, in the morning, the group, German group, had to come back and replace the poles. This was a battle for them. So this we did before we even were organized with them. They made us say, it wasn't so bad. After all, they helped us. They helped us with food. But when we met up with the first 10 already, we decided that we'll go for little missions. They knew. And we went, for instance, 3 examples I put there. One time we went to there was a sawmill in New Prussia, and there was a German, we went to the sawmill. They had a sawmill and a flour mill there, and it was a big operation. By the way, it was Jewish on the 2 Jewish people. So we went there and we disarmed. We didn't kill the German. We went in the house. Whenever he had guns, we took his gun. We took some clothes and we loaded up two what you call it, the same sleds, wagons with a lot of products. There's a lot of products. And we brought it in back to, so that time it helped. It's a little mission. And but the main mission was when we blew up. This was still Jewish group with the other group. We crept into the outside of the ghetto, and we blew up the headquarters. The Gestapo, yeah.
At this point, the ghetto was empty, right?
Empty. We just crept in, it was at night. We went in there, and we burned it up. We burned up the headquarters. It was a big house where they operated from there, and on the way back, there were, it was already late. We met. There was 3 German patrols there, patrolling there. We ambushed you know, ambushed them and took their rifles away.
Did
Yeah.
you kill them?
Yeah, we killed the 3 Germans. We had to. We take the rifles away, and especially the winter, you know, the clothes and the boots was important. Yeah, this is a Jewish group. They
Did
made
you
it.
get the boots? You yourself?
Well,
Did you get the boots?
I wore the boots. Each one, it was a few. Everybody was running, you know, later on when it was organized. Everybody was running for the Woody. We used to mine, for instance. This was in late 1941. It take in June. They dropped. Now we were already. It's almost 5 months as independent groups, with little Russians here and there groups, all kind of groups. Everybody was independent. And in late May, the Russian planes dropped off military, what you call it, men. And that's when the rule of the jungle finished. Finally came an order. They realized there were some partisans and they wanted to get organized more. So for us Jewish partisans, it was the rule of the jungle because it was ended. It says no more. You cannot just go around and live off of your farmers and survive. You got to fight you got to fight the enemy. So all the groups in the woods, the surrounding, whoever they found, Jews, Poles, Russian, white Russians, was established. The young ones belonged to a fighting group. The older ones, we had some older escapees and couples married, and a family. I try to call it a boyovoy and a family. Boyovoy is a fighting brigade and a family brigade. Now the family, they didn't break it up. If you a husband and wife, it wasn't a family. And my commander with his wife went into the family group. All the people, anything is and the family was. Now they had their own place. We were responsible for them. And all the young ones, single young ones, were able to fight in the fighting groups. So that time I was assigned to the 16 of the only Jewish partisans. 16 were assigned to the Kirov group. They call it Kirov Brigade. And this was a unit of the I.M. Ponomarenko division. That's what it tells you there, Ponomarenko. This is our brigade belonged to the Ponomarenko. And I was assigned, and my brother was assigned to the Kirov Brigade, and the 3rd Battalion, and 3rd Platoon somehow there. And that's the way we were assigned, and the life of the partisan changed. We were already safer because we lost, We went one time from our group, we went for food undertaking. Now we undertook too much, and we came successfully with 2 loaded wagons with food to our place, our bunker, and I participated, my brother participated. That time was about 15 of us went, and the Germans followed. Eventually it was, at night we were safe.
and we were unloading it, all the food, and you were kept the, the food mostly you kept it hidden in certain, all around in certain places. Make sure that in case you get chased out or you have to abandon the place, you have to be careful not only about for the Germans, sometimes from farmers, or from even from, they'll come in the woods, or they had a lot of spies. You see, the Germans had a lot of spies. They knew there were some partisans, and they had a lot of collaborators from the Russians. There was a whole division. They call it the Vlasovцы. We call them Vlasovцы. General Vlasov went the first day of the war. Two more. They surrendered to the Germans. And what happened? They surrendered, and the Germans didn't use them to fight on the front, but they used all divisions. It was all army. Maybe I don't know. Maybe 2-3 divisions. The division is 20,000 men. So the Germans used those Vlasovцы. Those are the Vlasovцы as collaborators. They put them for all, to do all the kind of dirty work in the garrisons, in garrisons, in the villages, in the cities, and they replaced the Germans. They did the work for the Germans.
You were saying that sometimes you lost people and you started to
Oh,
tell stories.
see what happened? So all of a sudden, the Germans, there was a shot. We had a shot. And those who were outside, we were outside just ready. And so we saw the Germans. So we tried to grab the rifle, anything you could. We started to escape deeper in the woods. And here the Germans blew up the bomb. There was about eight. They didn't participate, but they belonged to our group, 8 guys. So that's all they did is they blew up the bunkers, and they killed them all, and they got one girl. They took a injured girl as a prisoner. The reason, I don't know, they took the girl, probably they tried to find out more information. So we had one tragedy. And so we lost at that time 7-8 men from our group, and 7 men from the first group got killed before we got organized by another group of partisans. For the only reason we were killed because for their clothes, for the boots or something, because it was the rule of the jungle before.
So some people who were essentially believed in the same thing, they were partisans, and they killed each other.
It was, what I mean, this is the rule. They are in the woods the same. They're supposed to fight, and we all, but that's the way it was, the rule of the jungle. I mean, they didn't, if they figure maybe you have a watch, I don't know. We complained later on to, when we organized already in the partisans, but it was too late. It says, well, not much. I mean, that's a terrible loss. And that commander and his brother got killed. What I say, that Barosegel, the first one, yeah.
Let's stop now. They have to change tapes again. When your group went from being more independent to more organized, did you ever have any military training?
Well, I did a little. See, when you're in the Russian class, when you reach 18 in Russia, they taught you how to clean a rifle and take a powder rifle.
by the Russians. So in last year, I knew how, the Russian rifle, how to take apart and clean a rifle and all that. But we never went on the range for experience. Yeah.
Had you ever shot a rifle?
Did I have a?
Had you ever shot a rifle, a gun, before?
Oh, before that?
I mean, when you were younger. Had
No. First of all, it was, in Poland was illegal. It's not like here. It was illegal to have arm, any rifle, machine. Only the police was certain it was illegal. No guns. If you heard of what's, if committed murders is just, no gun used.
But
I
what-
was trained. That's what I want to say. Now, I was young and I was strong. It's a rule. Most of the Russians are, some are, I would say, Russian soldiers, majority is not like Germans, big guys, smaller guys. And we, in the third, where I was assigned in the third battalion, 2 brigade, we had an anti-tank gun. This is the only gun the brigade possessed that time. Now they call it PT, in Russian is PTR. Now this gun was used mostly. We didn't expect to get involved, with the German tanks or Panzers involved. It was used mostly on the railroad to shoot in the engine and stop the engine or blow up the engine so the train cannot. We were very limited and explosive that time, explosive. So they used the PTR, the only gun. It was very heavy, weighed maybe 150 pounds, but it was, nowadays the whole timer, and it's 2 parts. It was, you could separate it in 2 parts. So I was assigned at number 2, and there was number 3. Three guys used to be in charge of the PTA, of carry it, and the number 1 it was responsible about shooting it. Yeah, so I was in the beginning the number 2, and I was trained then to be number 1 to use the gun on missions on the trains to shoot. Actually, to mostly what you can do is many times hit an engine, so make sure that either you destroy the engine. It wasn't that time. It's better. I mean, it is the only time, the only gun we used on these certain missions. Now, later on, it was in the late 42, in the late 42, in beginning 43, Russian planes already used to drop off a lot of explosives. And till then, we had to, besides using that anti-tank gun, the partisans depended on the dynamite explosives to get it from the outside. Now, how do you get it mostly from the outside? The war was going on. You were finding shells here, artillery shells, and it was very dangerous to, sometimes a lot of them got killed in order to build the bomb, to build the what you call it, yeah, the explosive, yeah. So, but we did, you know, already at that time, there were some specialists from the Russians, which they tried somehow to get the shell apart and to build the bomb by hand and use the usually what I mentioned, the end grenades, the egg grenades was very, very important for the purpose of the bomb, because it's all you had to do is pull the pin out, and this can, you know, this was used as a detonator for the bomb. But later on, like where the Soviet planes used to come down at night and drop off a lot of materials, mostly you know, for the purpose of the, I would say a lot of automatic rifles, but a lot of those dynamite supplies, bomb supplies.
Before you had the dynamite, just describe one mission. Would you go and set up the gun alongside a train track? How would it work?
Well, it's very, see, we used to do, this is now, yeah, where I participate quite often with that. We used to reach a place, mostly at night, and find a spot suitable for us to retreat in case, you know, right in the jungle or something in the swamp, find a spot there. Now, and we used to mind the tracks, you know, it was very, you know, they weren't, it was very easy. They weren't, what you call it, patrolled and watched so carefully. And there were so many brigades already in the woods that time, that each brigade had their own territory. You couldn't, you know what I mean? You just couldn't go in anywhere near here. For instance, we got a section that gave us a territory where we had to operate, far away from our camp, let's see. And another group was close to our camps, you know, and that's the way it was set up. So we used to, at night, creep down. We had plenty of time. Small groups about, on these missions mostly, the most is 4 or 5 men. It's all you go, first of all, you couldn't find out exactly when the train is going to go or something. Yeah, and we were operating on the main junction, which is Brest and Minsk, Moscow, the main junction where all the trains were going, all the traffic. So in the beginning, so you put the mine, and you had to dig a little hole between the what do you call it? You have the railroad, what do you call it? The wood blocks.
The railroad tie?
Tie, yeah, between the railroad ties there, and many times, and it was a detonator sticking out. You know, they had a detonator sticking out. So the train goes by, and it touches the detonator, and it blows up. But the Germans got smart eventually, you know what happened. So they were ripping the trains day and night, and you know the war was going on. So they tried to put before, you know, before the engine, you know, before the engine goes. First of all, the engine is going to. What happened? The engine comes first. The engine blew up first. So that stops the whole operation. So they try to put two flatbed cars full with sand or bricks or all kind of heavy material. So this should, it'll hit this will hit first. So this will get blown up. It's not going to hit the engine. So they're going to disconnect. So they're going to follow that. Then it means, and came to a point, this was very easy because they couldn't control all the railroad. They were in such a trouble that finally they decided, they took farmers from the farms and put them at night. They forced them on the tracks to watch the tracks. Many times they used to come on the tracks and there was, civilians. And they got caught in the middle. I don't know, it's tough. They got caught in the middle.
Well, what would happen to the civilians?
We told them, you better take off. But I don't know what happened to Germany. You know what I mean? We weren't afraid. We told them, we're going to mine, you better get out of here. You better take off. So I mean, they're so desperate to watch their traffic, But finally, the Russian, they discovered a trick that in order, we were supplied with just like a bar of soap. That's all it had. It had a little detonator there. And that's all you had to rip the tracks instead the trains. Just rip the track, the tracks.
It would rip the tracks up.
Just rip the track, take a piece, and this is so easy. We went out sometimes 40, 50 at a time for miles of the track. That's all you had to do is lit that. It was something like, it's not a rope, but it's not a wire too. No, the fuse was inside a little bar of salt. But that's all you needed is a match, and 5 or 10 minutes till it'll burn, till it'll reach the track, so to retreat. So we're laying right between it, and it fits right between the railroad track, the railroad siding there. Yeah, and it was blowing the tracks day and night. So this was minor. This was already minor operation. Now the bigger operation, it came to a point when this was already 1944. We told our commanders that in Prussia, there were Lehman brothers, the Lehman for the communication, and the telephone lines. And he was the one who was a murderer. Nobody wanted to work for him. So we told the commander, why can't we go on the Prussian-Ruzana line there, and mind the road, and we got, he was always in charge, mind the road, and we were in the forest at the time, on both sides, maybe 60 or 70 men lay in ambush. So what we did is we cut the lines. We knew they'd have to come in the morning, during the night. We mined the roads because in case there was not too much traffic, only military. So, and we mined the road just in the morning. We knew that they're going to, the minute, what you call it, sunlight, they're going to arrive. And we'll lay that in ambush on both sides. And, 2 trucks, with the Germans, each one 30 on each truck. Now the first truck, the first one hit the mine and blew up. We knew the second one stopped. We knew that the second one is going to stop, and we'll laid on both sides. And this was a spot we picked. It just, it's got to go through the woods. There's, on both sides, we are protected. Either we're going to cut off, we can go to the right, we can run to the left. We are in the woods, and sure, the second one stopped, and we opened a fire from, it was from both sides across. We killed them all, 30. Everybody was running for the booty, booty to get. To get, we didn't need already. Maybe the only thing was important, the pistol. I mean, we didn't, not everybody had a pistol. So in order to have a pistol, a gun, sometimes this was already, important. From both sides, you were respected. If you have a pistol, you must have been already a respected partisan. You must have, if you picked, killed, and got a pistol, it's yours. You cannot take it away from you. If I took the pistol, it's mine.
Did you get one?
Yeah, I got a pistol. Besides that, of course, we took especially the clothes, what they had and all that. So this was one of the main, it's not the main mission where I participated, my brother participated. Later after that, it happened that, my brother somehow with a pole, so he fell asleep, so they separated him. They dropped, there was another group, they dropped down 50 some paratroopers, and they needed local partisans. So all the three who were in the post for a punishment, it says, they sent them into the other group, and
so they sent your brother away from
my brother and the other two on the post as a punishment, because the punishment could be, you can be shot and you fell asleep on the post. So I was separated, and I didn't hear from him for all the time. I didn't hear. I knew he's with a Kapusta. Eventually, they joined they call it the Kapusta Brigade. I knew that, but we didn't see each other, and we didn't communicate with each other, and only once I heard once that he's operating, he's alive, so forth. Yeah.
Tell us a little bit more about when you weren't engaged in missions. What would it be like back at the camp? What would you do in the evening? And a lot of times you were working at night.
Yeah.
Would it be during the day?
Oh,
what would you do?
Well, here it is. A lot of partisans were assigned at the camp. Now, at the camp, mostly those who were assigned at the camp, pardon me, their responsibility was to go and on the food undertaking for themselves and for the family brigade, because there was a lot in the families. Hundreds, not only Jewish already, some, from Belarusians, it was big camps, family camps. And so those who didn't participate, so they had to do local work, chop wood, and stay on posts. The post, that's boring. Stay on, there's a post, there's a lot of, you were spread it for miles away. A post here, maybe 10 miles, another 1, 2, 3 on this track and on the track, And the purpose of the post, and then you had, they call it like a secret, the secret parole, they call it, a secret code. You know, if you meet somebody, hey, even the partisans, it's, you know, it was every, you know, it was concentrated with a command from the different brigade. He knew the code, because if they go through and they didn't say the story, I say, stop, I'm going to shoot. Who are you? Give me the code. If he didn't have the code, he's a spy, he's a traitor, he's going to get killed.
What was the code?
Or they'll say a code, for instance, any type of code. I'll give you an example, 1510 or Vasilevich or Joseph. You know, they picked any kind of code. Like in the military, you know, yeah. So it was, you know, it was Central Command very, you know, with the discipline. So those who didn't participate were doing work around there, mostly on posts, and so they were just sitting, doing, sometimes they sitting doing nothing too, you know. And that time food were plenty, 3 times a day meals. Now the meal consisted, you know, not fussy. Now what we had, it came to a point that we had to a farm. Now our duty was to go to farms to far away, like I say, each one was assigned a territory. We couldn't go to the poor farmers. We had to go to the rich farmers, because we knew that the Germans gave them a quota that they can only raise a pig or 2 pigs, and the rest of them they have to give it or sell it. It has to be for the German army. You understand? So, and the same thing with cows and with border, whatever they like, you know, they call it cheeses and border. The Germans requested from the rich farmers that I don't know if they paid him something for it. It belongs to them, you know. And we had to go to those special farms to take away the German food, especially. Go far away and attack. You know, sometimes if we had an assignment undertaking, we went 100, you know, sometime 100, 200. Now they couldn't, at night they were afraid. We controlled already at the time the woods. Even sometimes what happens if you went for a mission and let's say it's late at night already, you couldn't reach your destination to your bunker or your house. So summertime we had a privilege. You know, we used to go in and hide small groups. I'm talking about this smaller groups going on mission to mine the roads or mine the bridges or rip up the tracks. So we used to stop and go in the field, you know, on the road, go in the field, and sneak in the cornfield, in those fields, and stay up all day there. It was hot, or it was, you know, the sun in a hot day, and sometimes, we had, you know, we had some water, we had some supplies. It was a system. It was a system. Many times, if you didn't reach, many times we forced went into a village, not in a hamlet. There's a lot of farmers, like they call it a huta, a big farmer. He's got his house by himself, someplace set up in his fields there. And so we went in there and we kept him there, and we didn't let nobody out. Anybody came in, they stayed there till night reached. We impounded them and we left night reached, we went out. Yeah. I discovered, there was two advantages about, first of all, about going on the missions. You have two advantages. First of all, the food, always the same, is on the camp. 3 meals a day, and soup and meat. Now the staff had a different kitchen, see that, and they had a different, and they had a different cook. They had already. We had cows. It came to a point we had cows, we had horses already. Many. I mean, there was cows. Let's see. Sometimes 10, 15, 20 cows, and the cows were milked. And from the milk, this is for the staff. Now, when we went out, you went into a farm, then you got, first of all, you got cleaned up. You had a chance, while during the night you go in a pound and go in and get washed and then take a dive. Went into the farmer and got some, cotton. Usually the farmers, they made their own clothes to change, and it one advantage, and the second advantage, you can have a little milk. you can have sometime if you want a little booze. They used to make their own. The part they used to make their own farmers little booze. Well, I didn't once in a while. So it's a different. When you go out, it sounds. It's much. It was safer in the smaller groups than the bigger groups, because we didn't try to get involved the small group in the fight with the Germans. We didn't know we didn't going to win the war fight with them. We just our mission was to do as much damage, disrupt the lines, cut the lines, mine the roads, and mine the bridges, and give them as much trouble as much as we could. That's all. We didn't expect, the partisans, but we had later on when already with the Soviets, when they dropped down, the planes landed, they already took certain injured partisans. They took them. They landed at night. There was certain spots. We controlled, what a territory. Even sometime during the day, they were. I mean, they didn't have the guts to go in the woods.
Were there women fighters that you fought alongside?
Yeah, we had women. Yes, we had women. We had, like I said, there weren't too many Jewish women. We had women. A few Jewish women participated in certain missions, but there was a lot of girls from the Christians, mostly the White Russians, from the villages. There were certain villages. Those were situated near the territory, near the woods where we operated. Now, see, the Germans, what they did is they put garrisons in there. They knew the partisans are controlling the territory, so they put garrisons around those villages, and a lot from those villages, they cooperated. They sympathized with us because some of their boys already were in partisan with us, with other groups, and so we had good connections many times. For instance, when we went for a big mission for food undertaking, we found out before we were going into a village to find out if there is any Germans around, is there garrisons around, because to make sure that we should be safe. But most of the garrisons, like I mentioned before, they were controlled by those by those Vlasovцы. There was a lot of Ukrainians there, a lot of the Germans, the collaborators, they put them in there. Of course, with the German control, there were some Germans with them, but the majority, they gave us a lot of trouble. See, they sent a lot of spies in the woods. They sent the Germans a lot of spies in the woods, and sometimes it was they gave you out. But we had good connections. And the last, we could say, when we got supplied from the planes, and so we didn't have to go and look anymore for this, make our own mines and all that. Everything was ready made, and it was easy, and it was enjoying.
It was.
I mean, easy for me. It was enjoying. I did something. I would call. I mean, I was a soldier. I didn't call it revenge, but I'm a soldier. I can fight. Like any soldier, I can fight the enemy.
You became a soldier?
Yeah. Now, we had some problems, though, this was in 1944, we went, besides when they put those garrisons, those Vlasovцы in there, we got an order to get them out. A mission, and this is 200 here, and 200 there, 300 there. Sometimes we went for a mission where few brigades took part, I would say 1,000, 1,500, because if they had a power 600, we had to double it. And we had to go and to attack and to destroy the garrison. I mean, just many times I recall, it was house to house. House to house, they controlled the village now. We went in, and there was those Vlasovцы, they didn't wear German, clothes, they had a different, uniform, the uniform. So came a order, we had to destroy it, we just destroyed them. We had a lot of casualties. There was casualties, all the time. There was, we lost some Jewish partisans. One here, couple there, from the 16, my brigade, which belonged, there's quite a few got killed.
Did you ever have a close call yourself, where you felt that maybe you'd be shot or?
It happened one time. We went for a mission, and in the house, I like to say house to house, in the house was a German, and I was there, right in the same house. And I didn't kill him, and he took, somehow, we, in the same house, he could have killed me, and I could have killed him, and somehow, it was, that time we had a mission to take their village, yeah.
Well, what happened in the house? Did you both run away?
Well, I don't. I came out and says, there's a German there now. Eventually, we tried to look for him. He disappeared too. Maybe he disappeared, You know, in many occasions, you know, it was a lot of occasions. Just like in the army, you know, just like in the army.
Did you have, what was your feeling about what you were accomplishing? Did you feel like you were, what did you feel you were contributing?
Well, first of all, I felt a satisfaction that, you know, that I'm a soldier, that I can fight, and I can, you know, and I wouldn't call really, I wouldn't call it revenge. I would call it that I was maybe blessed or something, that I'm alive and I can fight, you know, I can fight the enemy. You know, I didn't think about here like this is for my father or for my mother or something like that. No, I wasn't thinking about it. I was, you know, it was interested. I was just interested. Well, another thing I had in mind beside that, my feeling was for the, actually for the history, besides, yeah, for the history. That Jewish fighters, you know, because I always thought about those, you know, I didn't know where my family was taken, and till you know, I was liberated in 1944, and my feeling was that I'm doing something beside as a fighter. I'm doing a duty for the, you know, something for the Jewish people. That I was able to do something. I came back after the war. I was liberated in 1944 in June. Now they sent me, you know, I was a decorated partisan, so most of the partisans were taken on the front. The war was still going on. As a matter of fact, in June, when did the second front started? Sometimes the Allies started in, I think the same time maybe the second front started. Now, so I came, they sent me and another group of from the partisans, and to Prussian, to establish my town, to establish order. You know, I'm a decorated partisan, a Jewish partisan. I came to Prussian, and I came to my house, and the house wasn't destroyed, and I found in the house was a family, you know, I think it's a Baluchian family with few children. And, you know, she was surprised, you know, they were surprised to seeing, you know. I didn't even ask her, how do you wind up in the house? My duty at that time was to establish, you know, like the front is moving. You know, it's interesting the way I was liberated. You know, this is very interesting. They knew already that the Russians are coming now, and the patrol hours already met with the Russian patrol, and we were told that time that we have all the brigades which existed in the woods, that we have to mine all the roads and all the bridges and let the Germans, you know, to the retreat. They shouldn't be living, you know, they were in a panic. You know, that dissatisfaction, they were, you know, the way they were running back, the way the Russians were chasing him and bombarding them, and they were running away. So we tried, our mission was to mind the roads, not to let them through, let them go into the side in the woods and to all other ways. And we were in the woods, and we were, you know, we were catching them by the hundreds. In the beginning, we were sniping and we were killing them. I mean, sniping in the wood. Came to a point, you know, we were a complete army. You know, the partisans, actually, if we had an order, we could have gone and liberated this city of Prusia. The partisans were strong enough to go and liberate this whole city, all the cities around. No, so they gave us the mission that before I came to Prusia, that was before, that we had to participate and stop the enemy of, you know, do as much damage as you can of retreating them. And that time came an order, you know, we caught so many prisoners, we still were in the woods. We already liberated. We are still in the woods, but we had to stick, you know, and join. That's what our mission is, to help the Russian army to disarm and to, you know, and to it was a disarray. I mean, it's worthwhile to me to live through a period seeing the way they marched in with such a power, you know, great, big, you know, army was going to conquer the world, seeing him in retreat, you know, dirty, you know, they try to you know, change their clothes and civilian clothes. They shouldn't, you know, they shouldn't be recognized as Germans. You know, it's unbelievable in the retreat. So you're asking me, to me, it's that I lived through to see the biggest satisfaction with my eyes, the retreat and the defeat and disarray, the way on that front and the Russian front, the army, and the damage we did to them. Yeah. We were assigned one time on one bridge. There was a bridge, a very important bridge. Now we partisans, we had to control this bridge. We mind the road. Now the German had to fix this bridge. And now each time we were laying from both sides ambushes. Each time they tried to fix, they were in retreat, you know, not disorganized already, you know, and they tried to fix the bridge. Each time we opened fire. They didn't know if this is partisan or the Russian army. I'm sure they thought already if the partisan, they probably would take a chance, you know, and probably clean us, go in a battle with us and get, you know, fight with us. But I'm sure they thought it was the Russian army yet, and they weren't successful. They never could build a bridge. That's why they had to go around. We wouldn't let them through the bridge, let's go around. So then I was sent, we are already free people. I was already with the Russian army free. So like I say, most of them were sent on the front. A lot of the farmers were sent back with the children, the families sent all back home. And I was from three more from the Prussian Jewish partisans sent to Prusia to establish order. So I did my job, which satisfaction, I can say that.
Tell us just about walking in onto your street.
To my house. Oh, Vals, I see the family with the little children, and I says she was probably a little scared. I says, she's gonna, that's all I want, to give me one room. You know, I had my automatic gun and all that. I was in like a military, to take control of the city. He says, I don't want anything, just she didn't have much to give me anyway. So I stayed, I slept there, and eventually came in, the Russian took over this, after a couple weeks, the Russian took over the city, and I was still in Pruzhene, and my job was that time to try and get mostly identify all the collaborators. All those collaborators who didn't have a chance to escape and to find out about all the collaborators. Yeah, I was, assigned working with the, we call it the internal police, with the Russian internal police, and they know, they knew, I'm a Jew, I probably know, I was in the ghetto, I probably, if I know who was a policeman, who was this, who was a collaborator. So we cleaned out quite a few collaborators, and we sent them that time, was sent to Siberia. Yeah.
Can you tell us the story? I mean, was there a particular one who had informed in a situation and you thought, this person, when we were in the ghetto, told on us, and I want to make sure. Is there a story you can tell us about a particular person who was a collaborator?
Well, there were a lot. There were quite a few. There was a lot. For instance, a policeman. He was a Polish policeman, and Vlaskevich, it was probably was my age, that time, the Germans, they didn't appointed those people. They were volunteering. There's not such a thing, volunteering. Not everybody wanted to be a capo. Not everybody wanted to be a policeman. Not everybody wanted to participate and go and kill and do all kind of, commit all kind of atrocities like that. But some figured, well, in the beginning, they figured the Germans going to win the war. They never realized, everybody was impressioned. See, my father was a pessimist. He says, it's not boys, nothing doing. He says, the Germans, this was in 1941, they controlled Europe. See? So then I stayed in Pruzhene, and I gotta tell you that. The doctor, which I mentioned, the neighbor of mine, Olga Goldfein, arrived in Pruzhene. She was saved. Now, she escaped from the trains, from the station at night, and she came to Pruzhene, to that convent, non-convent, Christian convent.
To a convent.
Convent, yeah. And she was befriended with a nun, and her name is Dolorosa, because she came with her in Pruzhene when I was in Pruzhene. And I was shocked, because, how did you? So what happened, she was probably, in the 50s, maybe 60. and she escaped from the wagons, and she followed 10 kilometers, and she came to Pruzhany, to the nun. The nun gave her she got the clothes, and she put a cross on her, but she told me, this is after the liberation. Now, she told me that now the in charge of that convent, they call it what do you call it, the main nun, or said something. The mother superior, of course, wasn't satisfied. She says, better take her and go away with her deep in Poland, where nobody knows. She was afraid that, sometimes, sometimes maybe somebody will discover. We can't blame her, he'll discover. So she took, when she came, and the next day, with a blessing, with the Mother Superior, the blessing, she went. She actually comes from a different town. She comes from the towns near Lodz, and they traveled somehow with her, with a doctor, and she spent all those years as a nun and as a doctor, and a nun a doctor, and she was giving, helping people. I mean, she's a doctor. They were surprised. So when she came back in Pruzhany with this nun and told the nun, of course, I'll help. So I was able to do a lot of things here in Pruzhany, or anything, I tried to help the nun with convent, even the whole convent, to supply, make sure they have enough food. It was still, still the Russians. The war was still 1944. Still the war was going on and all that. And she's on the list, Mother Rosa. She's on the list. I saw her in the museum, from the righteous Gentiles. The funny part is this, that this doctor, now when I left Pruzhany, my town, eventually I had to get out. My brother was in Bialystok, and I was in Pruzhany. And Bialystok was a temporary capital of Poland. They didn't take Warsaw yet. So my brother was smarter. He wanted to get to the United States, so he didn't want to, he knew that as long as he was nearer there, that he got out to Bialystok. So finally, I discovered that he's in Bialystok. Now, for me, it was a tough job getting out from Pruzhany because of my position. I told my commander, the commander from the brigade was in Pruzhany too. He was there. So I told him, I have an only brother, and he said I left the whole family, and he's in Bialystok. This is already Poland. Pruzhany is White Russia. And so he said, well, yeah, you got a brother left. We're gonna bring him, send a plane, we'll bring him here. He says, so that's up to him. Now, this was already, I was in Pruzhany already about 4 or 5 months. This was close to, the war was still going on. Warsaw wasn't taken yet. So finally, he would release me, my commander. But he says, it's not up to me. I have to go up to the, to hire to the region commander. Now, I went down to the region commander, and he sent me a letter. And the region, the reason I gave, the only family I lost, I have the only brother. So the region commander says that, well, it's good, take it's a good. I didn't know they sent me with a secret letter back in Prusina, but then I discovered that he mentioned that it's for me, if I want to take, go on the front and kill as many more, take revenge for my family, as many he's a good candidate to go on the front. I'm a good candidate to go on the front. You understand? It means because now they figured, well, I want to get out. You couldn't get out that time yet. 1944. Then they passed a law in 1940, after the war. The law was passed that all those citizens, Polish citizens from before the war, Prusina, was Polish citizens, because most of the partisans, a lot of survivors from Auschwitz, they came back to Prusina. And eventually it was, you could apply, it was legal, you could have gone to Poland. But I had a tough time getting out.
I just want to go back a little bit to Prusina. When you first returned, and you're staying back at your house, were people coming back? Were Jews beginning to come back? And did you think perhaps family members might come back?
I was liberated in June 1944. In Prusina, only the few partisans who were assigned to go to Prusina, and there they mentioned the doctor's unusual case. And no, I left Prusina in late 44. It means I didn't leave Prusina. I had to take off as a partisan. I knew the territory in order to, it came to a point that I wanted to go to Bialystok and be with my brother. And while in Prusina, after the liberation, 1944, I wrote a letter to my uncle, which probably you read. Yeah. I had a chance. It took a long. I knew that my brother's in Bialystok already, so I knew that he survived. So it took a long time. I think they got it sometimes in 1945, in May, almost when the war was over, kind of late. It took very long, and I left Prusina in close June, maybe around September, and in order to get to Bialystok. So I had to I knew the territory, so I had to take the doctor and the nun with me, and we crossed the border. It was between Bialystok was already Poland, not far. I knew where the border. So at night, somehow I smuggled through, and I still was in charge. I could be assigned. I can assign a farmer, for the job. I says, we need you to go in here and there. So we assigned the farmer and the doctor and the nun, and I left Prusina, and we came to Bialystok. This was smuggling. This was illegal. It's taking a chance, put it other way. It meant deserting.
Technically, you were deserting?
Well, I was still assigned. They wouldn't let me go. I was still assigned there, the job. So it means, yeah.
How did you feel about that?
How did I feel?
About that you left?
Well, I was determined, I was determined that I want to go west. I was determined about it. It's okay, I was a fighter, but I didn't believe I wasn't a communist. I knew I appreciate and acknowledge the help the Russians did to us, but I wanted, I didn't want to stay. I didn't know that, that eventually I'll be free and I'll be able to legally live progeny like some other ones. Now, I came in Bialystok late 44. Now, Warsaw wasn't taken yet because there was a big battle by Warsaw. I remember there was the Polish army, which was associated with the Russian army. There was two Polish armies. One Polish army was established in Russia, which the Russians took prisoners, most of the Polish army. This was, when the unknown pact, Hitler and Stalin made a pact, and when the Germans in 1939 pushed attacked, most of the army retreated east towards the Russian border, and eventually got trapped. The Russians took them prisoners.
A minute ago, you mentioned that you had gratitude towards the Russians for what they'd done. Can you just talk a little bit about how the Russians treated you? Did they treat you any differently because you were Jewish? Did you ever experience?
Well, there was a little, to say really the Russians, the Westerners, they were not so anti-Semitic than the Eastern. We had a lot of Eastern Belarusians, and very little. There was more, I would say. There was even in the partisans, you felt like they call you some names, the same.
Were they fair to you though when you were under their command?
Oh yeah, they were fair to me because they appreciate my work. Put it this way, not because I don't know if I was a Jew, because they appreciated the work I was doing, and I was devoted to doing the job. That's the appreciation I think they had.
At this point, what did you know, or what did you know about your family besides your brother?
Well, here I came in Bialystok, and I wind up. So we stayed in Bialystok for about maybe 3 or 4 months, and in Bialystok I met a girl, the first girl which was liberated from Auschwitz. This was in the beginning, beginning 1945. So Auschwitz was liberated by the Soviet army. I think it was sometimes in 45 in January. Now, she came to Bialystok. She was a young girl, and I met her there, and she's the one told me that Pruzhina was taken to Auschwitz. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know that she told me she was a survivor from Auschwitz. So I told her, don't go to Pruzhina. I'm just coming back from Pruzhina. I can tell you who is there. She thought maybe, maybe some survivor or something, So a few though, I think went back when they were liberated in beginning 1945. I wasn't Pruzhina, but I know a few came to Pruzhany. And there is still in Pruzhany, I would say, a community. I would say maybe some came back from Auschwitz and maybe they settled there. Some came back from the front, you know, a lot of Pruzhany maybe was in the Russian army. And so there is maybe 50 Jews there in the whole city.
So when you left and you were on your way to Bialystok, when you left your house, did you take anything from the house?
Nothing.
Anything small?
It didn't interest me. Nothing. No, I didn't need a house. If I wanted, I wasn't interested in it. I could have taken. I had a possibility of taking if really taking a lot of things, because you know I was, you know, I had the power. I had the power to assign and take and do and anything. I just help the doctor and help the nun what I can, and then, as a matter of fact, she adopted me.
What do you mean by that?
Well, she was like a mother to me. Yeah. So in Bialystok, when I wrote a letter, and that time I got in contact. I was from the first survivors. They discovered about me and my brother. That's the organization we're already operating in Bialystok. We had already from the joint distribution. We had from different kind of organizations, not only Jewish organizations. It was established the capital of Poland. So there was Ivo. I didn't even know the Ivo was there in Bialystok. So, you've been a partisan? I said, yes. Well, they wanted, you know, there was no survivors yet. We didn't know about Auschwitz. We didn't know any concentration camp. So he says, did you keep a diary? I says, what diary? I says, no. And they kept me there for a couple of weeks. I said, think, you know, go home sometime. Think, and certain dates, pick certain dates. For instance, what do you do as individual Jewish partisan? This, you know, that day or that day, a few days. So especially, you know, they were interested in the activities, about the life. And so that time, I told them the same story, you know, a little bit more, the same story about the life in the ghetto, before the ghetto, and all the same, and my parents, and they were especially interested about the partisan Jewish activities. Tell me, so I told them, yeah, that. We were a group, and we escaped the date we escaped, and all this, the same story we did. How we organized, how we smuggled in all this business, and especially, they were interested in this Jewish group, and then if we participated in an emission Jewish group. So I told him, yeah, it's a Jewish group. Beside that, we did participate. Like I mentioned a couple of times that, and we had, there's a couple more missions as a Jewish group. We went near Pruzhany, and we had to get some, you know, arms for the rest of the boys. We had a group of 60 there, you know, some boulders. Not everybody. This is before we joined, you know, before we joined the Russian, but it was the, we call it a command, structural command from Russia, with order, with discipline, and all that. So yeah, we participated in one time we went in the Prussian and we ambushed 3 German soldiers. We got 3 rifles, so we brought 3 rifles. This is beside what I participated in there, and especially is the activities. And I mentioned most of it, but the main thing what I didn't mention, in 1944 in May, we went through, this is called a raid, this mission, destroy. The Germans mobilized 3 divisions, 1 German division and 2, this was in 1945, and 2 Hungarians, because I didn't know the Hungarians were allies with the Hungarians. I think they allied, they were with in Romania and Hungary, they were allies with the Germans. So they were in German uniforms, though, in German uniform. And it came in order that we had to go through and clean them out once and for all. So it consisted from 3 divisions, 75,000 strong. And they came in, we knew already in advance, we had tipped off, we had good connection from the villages. And that time, it came an order from all the brigades from all over, stretching from eastern Poland way up to Lithuania, whatever, deep to the Russian territory, that we have to, this was important, that we, first of all, we have to mine all the roads and mine all the bridges. And we're not going to get involved in a fight with them. There's no match, because tanks and artillery, there's no match. But the first priority is to save the family units, and that was a job. So we had to take them out way in the swamps, hundreds of them. And we decided that we're gonna even mine the little roads where it leads to our bunkers and to our, we had the fields with the cows, everything was mined. We decided we're going to retreat in certain way up in the pins there, that was swamps. So in order to get in, and in the swamps we had to go way up here in mud, all the partisans. And some of the, those who couldn't make it, we had to help the elderly, in advance. So we evacuated first all the family triads. Unfortunately, there is only one occasion, there was one group, a family was abandoned. Yeah, it was from about, I think it's 18. Well, so and from all this, they went through all the woods, they went in, they discovered our bunkers, they found everything, but they destroyed our cows, they destroyed our horses, they blew out our bunkers, and they destroyed our cemetery. They destroyed our cemetery. And not a single, we retreated at, and well, there was 17 from the family, which they found, unfortunate. We had very little, there's not much, casualties, very small. But what I'm saying, that's all they could do is to destroy and even they kill the cows, they didn't take the cows, kill the cows, kill the horses, and blow up all the bunker, and eventually we came. They retreated. That's all, and finally this May, in June we're already liberated. I mean, they were so desperate, they figured they will pull out the pool. They were retreating. They were getting such a beating. Retreating in such a disarray, but it's still, they decided, well, we got to clean up. We got to get those partisans, to catch the partisans, yeah.
Well, while I have you talking about that, there was one thing I sort of skipped over when you had described the machine gun that you worked with.
Yeah.
And then never got you to tell us actually how it was used when you shot it at the trains.
Yeah, this was very. It's just the same as a rifle. It's a big gun, and the locomotive. The engine is so big that you just place it. And you shoot. If you don't hit the first time, you hit the second time. This was, it was just a simple thing. You didn't try to pinpoint a certain. It's a big engine. It's got to go. You're pretty close. We lay in the woods there, near there, in a spot. Waiting exactly when it's going to reach, and there's a perfect time to hit it. There's no problem. It was no problem. This was mine. This was minor. This was very easy minor. It happened one time that we were cut off, and we were chased, and the Germans, they called reinforcement, and more reinforcement, and they chased us in the wood, and I had to run with that gun, and I told the commander that everybody was in disarray, everybody was running, and I says, save the guy. It's heavy, I'm going to drop. So nobody wanted to replace. Everybody was running too deeper in the woods not to hide. The commander, I told the commander, say that, I can't carry anymore. So he took it over. He saved me. That's why they decorated me.
Because you carried the gun.
Yeah. Because it's not so much I told them, it's save the God. Don't save me, save the God.
Do you still have that? Was the decoration a pin or something?
Well, it's not. They gave me a decoration. They gave me at that time. We came. Our trot was all lined out, and we call it, the commander says for the bravery and this. I mean, it was not. They didn't give any medals out like in the military. You know what I mean?
But they honored you.
No, but they honored me. Yeah, but I mean, it's not only what they honored me. I mean, they respected me more than honor. See, that's why the respect alone is for it. They respected me, and that's why I was. They sent me to prison. I could have been sent on the front. I would be on the front. Maybe I don't know if I would survive or not, because the front. There's so many. It was terrible. With the German, Russian, it was so brutal. You imagine 3 million Russian soldiers killed. Not speaking about taking prisoners. 3 million soldiers. That's a lot.
What was it like to be back in Prussia? I mean, you'd grown up there, and you
Well-
had to run away from him.
Well, I didn't. That's dead. I mean, it didn't interest me. Yeah, I mean, they say you came back, and there's no. I mean, you don't have no family. You don't have nothing, and it didn't interest me very much to be in prison. Some settled in prison. See. Well, I knew I have an uncle. I have the feeling. See, my brother especially, he wanted to come to United States before. I was too young, and now they were going to bring the whole family. See, my uncle, I had my, my uncle in Syracuse was a pants manufacturer. He established a factory, and he had, it's no problem, but even though with can you imagine when we came after the war, we had to be 2 years in those DP camps sitting waiting, and they bombarded us with letters, and my cousin wrote to the consulate, and he says those never forget those little two devils. Who knows those two devils? Who knows how many American soldiers they saved during the war? But you had to wait for the quota, nothing else. So the consulate, I still have the consulate wrote to him, sorry, and he tried to get in through the join to all the organization, but nowadays you get the immigration, everybody, it's so easy, and here you have papers made out, guaranteed job, guaranteed home, guaranteed everything, and then you have to wait from 1945 to 1947 till June 1947. I came 2 years. I had to be in the UNRWA camps, It wasn't bad. I mean, we had in the camps, they supplied us with already. We had plenty of food, even beer, so much. Each one was assigned a portion, a ration, beer. The Germans had a lot of beer. I remember we used to get beer.
What was it? Tell us about when you finally saw your brother again. You had been separated.
Yeah.
Where was he?
It wasn't.
What were some of the things that you said to each other in those first
Well,
hours?
yeah. Well, he heard already that I'm on the way with it. It's I brought a cow. But now the only thing what I brought from Prussian when I traveled, so I had a cow. A cow attached to the wagon with a doctor. So I figured, I'm going to take the house on you cannot sell it. I mean, the house, you can, what is a house? I mean, there's no value. I don't know there was a market for it. So I figured I'm going to bring a cow, at least there in Poland, in Białystok, you can sell a cow and get I don't know, $10 or $5 or something. And just for fun of it. That's all I brought a cow. So he heard already. I think he heard that he's on the way. From rumors, he's on the way to traveling with a cow, with a doctor, with a nun.
And how did you find him? Was it difficult to find him?
No, it was easy. That you, like I say, you had that that's the Jewish council there, and you had organization, and they didn't know much about all the survivors, but they knew who was in Białystok. If you want to look for somebody, you go in there. And anybody was registered right there from all the survivors. Mostly, eventually, like when I came, there was still, the camps were still. Auschwitz wasn't even liberated, and I didn't hear about Auschwitz even in the woods. You see, it was impossible. Sometimes I would say there's never was an escapee from the camp. Speaking, they had not only Jews, they had, prisoners, Poles, and the Russians, and the Gypsies. Sometimes you weren't able to escape from there.
Did you go and look, in the list of people thinking that your sisters might be there, or your mother?
Well, when I met the girl, the first girl from Bialystok, the one in Bialystok, so I knew they went to Auschwitz. Now, I know they went to Auschwitz, so as a rule, my sister was, they were too young yet, in Auschwitz, the way the system, so they separated those who are able to work yet, no women or men, and they weren't, I was sure that, they went to the right, to the left, they went to the right, they went in the crematorium. Because otherwise, you would have known. I didn't expect my mother. I didn't expect. The only thing I resent is, I could have, if I would know. No, that's what. If I would know, I could have saved her sister. If she would be with me, with us in the bunker, like some other strangers, she would survive. I mean, she went through, see. Even though, well, she would have been 17 years old, a big girl, see. So, I don't know, like I say, it's hard to say if you did the right thing or if I did the right thing or the wrong thing. I wouldn't say. The history say. I couldn't say really if it's the right thing. I was asked this question. I don't know. If it's how do I feel? It's about it going through all that. But I know one thing that that it's important as a survivor that I have a duty to tell this to the story for the future generation.
You told me too that earlier in your life you didn't really like to talk about this. You didn't.
Oh no, I didn't. No, I didn't. I didn't. The children knew a little. I didn't because I tried to. I was raising a family, 3 children, and I was in business and. I worked hard, and somehow, I tried. I tried to not to advertise. I mean, my family knew the children. I wasn't advertised. I was approached a couple times by, when it comes a show or something, and from the television years ago. And I didn't want to really, this all the stories. I tried to somehow to make peace with it, forget it, make peace.
So what changed your mind?
Well, I think my son influenced me. And he's active, and I'm glad about it. Yeah, he's active. He influenced me, said, Dad, you got to tell your story. And finally, I went public, and I started. I wrote it in the first. I gave him a chance. I didn't want to go to the papers, so I figured in Syracuse, and I came right, came right to Syracuse, and it's 50 years. I decided it was 50 years, 1994, 50 years liberation, and well, maybe it's a time to say 50 years liberation. It was liberated in 1944, and this is 1994, so I figured I'll write a little, and it was the city was shocked. I'm the only, we have quite a few. There's a lot, I mean, and then of course, it's already the older ones, a lot of them are gone, I'm gone. How many more years do I have? But as a rule, I'm a young one. Comparison, I was only 20. When I escaped. But if somebody was 30 or 25, 30, 40, they probably, of course, they're gone.
One story that I didn't get you to tell, which is about the Lehman brothers and the rabbi.
Oh, we killed the Lehman brothers. That's, I told you.
But I didn't know the rest of the story.
The Lehman brothers, when we were assigned, the partisans that time, we were strong. Together, we couldn't do it ourselves as a group. We could never do that. We didn't have the power and the ammunition to do that. But when already being assigned to the brigade, so I told the commander, and he said, Harashov, let's try it. I says, we got to that's an easy job to get this guy, because he was a terrible Nazi. And I mean, it's worthwhile, so we got him. And the second, you mentioned that, I found out about the rabbi. Now there's a lot. Among the 22 Jewish Judenrat, is only 2 survived. 20 perished in Auschwitz and 2 survived. One is they already told that they survived. One was in the United States and one was in Israel. Now they wrote the same thing in Yad Vashem. They wrote their stories, and the one was in United States. Is Segel. He was the foreign minister. Now, before the war, he was in the business in Danzig, somehow in the export, import, international. He speak fluently German, an intellectual, educated man. They made him foreign minister. So he wrote something, we had a Pincus, they call it a memorial book. From my story is from the Evo. Evo, what they eventually was printed in Israel in Yad Vashem. I didn't even know. I discovered it in the 1950s that they had Evo eventually printed it in Hebrew. I wrote it, I wrote it in Yiddish, and I had that in book in Yiddish, and so this Segel, he was in charge about dealing and willing with the Burgermeister and all the transports where it was coming in and anything coming in the ghetto, outside the ghetto, he was responsible. He was dealing direct with the Burgermeister, with the SS. So he says when the Bialystok came in, that's what, when came in a transfer from Bialystok, he had to receive them. And they came in by truck, because far. Like I say, some of them had to march, they marched them. They brought in 2,000, it took about a couple days. So he says, here is, you know, here is your Scheisse, you take him in now. I don't know if you understand in German. Here is your Scheisse, the Jews from Bialystok. Here is your Scheisse, take him in the ghetto. The Scheisse is, pardon me, you know what I mean? The Scheisse is, well, it's kiddie leader, whatever you want.
Oh.
Is, you know, here's your Scheisse and I take him in. This is our experience for it. Now with the rabbi, this layman, I didn't know that, you know, he took the rabbi, there was a lot of, he took the rabbi, he was the rabbi, and he told him, he was a heavy man, a big man. And he told him to take the talis and the tefillin, and he told him to march and run in the ghetto. Now, he was bribed many times. He was interested so interested in the bribe, the big bribe. He knew he's going to get, he could, I mean, actually he could have shot the rabbi. He can do anything. I mean, he had the power. He can do anything he wants. But he probably wanted a big, big bribe. So somebody noticed that I didn't see it. But somebody noticed that in the ghetto, they marching the rabbi. So they had to bribe him and in order to release him, see? And what happened, he went to Auschwitz, the same. He went to Auschwitz, the rabbi. But to them, it's something unusual, right? But he knew that he's got a talus, and they knew he's got tefillin. I mean, they learned the Jewish history so much. They knew more than I do, probably.
Is there something I haven't asked you that you would like to say?
Well, what I would say that the world, I mean, the world should a lesson. They should learn a lesson from the past. What can happen to a nation? It can happen to anybody. You know what I mean? It means that you have to fight and educate people and hope that all those people who perished, I would say, didn't go in vain, what you call it. You know what I mean? I mean, that's what happened. It happened. Not much, I mean, it happened, but I hope, there should be the less sacrifice. It shouldn't happen such a Holocaust again. What else can I say?
Can you show us some of these photographs?
Huh?
Okay. He has to see it. Yeah, and you just hold them up and explain them.
A little bit more. we seeing here?
This is a group from my unit, from the Podomarenko unit, partisan relaxing in the woods. I don't see a fire, but I see a girl playing the mandolin. Usually when we're relaxing, sometimes you make a fire around the fire. And I think I'm here on the side here, standing, the tall one right here.
Closer view. That side.
That's the same.
Yeah, but maybe
Yeah.
just, it's a little closer.
No, this is kind of, that's the same. Yeah. Now this, here, I don't see it here. This is my commander from the platoon. No, this, you call it, yeah. By the way, you got killed.
Could you show that to me?
His name, this is called Kamorak, the commander from the third battalion where I belong. He got killed in action.
Do you have other photographs?
Yeah.
of your own?
Could you tell us again, sir, about the picture there?
Well, this picture is that's a group of partisans, Russian and Jewish partisans, relaxing in the woods. This is from the unit, for the Marenko unit,
And are you in this picture?
and that's the one stand up on the left, right there with a big hat there.
And which was the commander?
And the commander is there. There is more called Kamorak is the short guy there on the right side.
And this picture? Go ahead.
Yeah, this is my family picture, which I got it here in the United States. If I wouldn't, the only one I, was saved from my uncle. I got it here.
Do you know what date this was taken?
Well, this, the youngest sister would be probably 4, 7, 11, and 14. It's my older brother. 4, 7, I was 11 years old.
Where are you, Mr. Alman?
Oh, that's my brother is there.
In the middle?
Yeah, I'm on this side, on the left. Picture taken in Pruzhane after the liberation in 44, partisans relaxing. This is at a cemetery. I wasn't in here. I was already in Bialystok. But this is all taken in 1944. You can see there in the picture, there's some older people which were able to survive with our group. Naturalization picture.
This is from 1947.
This is, this is 1947. It tells you the date when I arrived, and July 1947. Years ago.
Okay, I'm sorry. Could you tell us now who this is?
This is my brother, older brother. Older brother, his name is Louis Alman.
And when was this taken, do you know?
This picture was taken in Germany in 1945.
And this picture?
This is my older sister Heike, and the younger one is Shandel. And I would say exactly, I wouldn't be sure the age, but I would say maybe 7 and 10 or 11. Let's say 7 and 10. Yeah, it's 3 years different. 3 young children.
Tell us that again, please. Who's this now?
This one?
Yes.
Yeah, that's me, myself, and my older daughter is on the right. Barry, my son, is the youngest one. See right here next in the middle. And this is my younger daughter.
This was taken in Syracuse?
This picture was taken in this picture was taken in Syracuse, yeah, because I live in Syracuse, yeah, when they were small.
Do you know when this picture was taken?
This picture was taken in the mountains. It's probably, well, I would say 20 years ago.
And what is your wife's name?
Edith. And she's a Brooklyn girl.
Sorry, but tell us that again now.
This picture was taken in Feldafing. It was a big UNRWA camp.
And what was the year?
And I arrived in Feldafing probably, it was in 1945. Unfortunately, I don't have enough to tree together. Partisan,
Civilian.
that stuff.
We'll just have you say that again, Mr. Hellman.
Yeah, this picture was taken in Pruzenek after I was liberated and from the partisans.
This would be 1944.
It was taken in 1944.